office does not run jury selection in Orange County. In the Ninth Circuit, jury selection is run by the court. And the clerk's office doesn't track the statistics you're talking about, and neither does the court. We don't track people that way. We don't keep statistics that I know of.
As I find the transcript, Judge, I will show you, and I absolutely know that the clerk's office, I misspoke, because that was an issue I researched, whether the court administrator themselves had the authority to do what is designated by state statute to the clerk's office. And I talked to the
Mr.
public
Lenneman,
defender about this.
the Ninth Judicial Circuit has a contract with the clerk's office to run jury selection and jury services. We have been running it for 30 years. The clerk's office does not run jury selection.
No, I understand that, Judge. I understand that. But I spoke to Mr. Wesley about this, and he told me what his version of the story of why that occurred. And I became concerned about it, and I looked at the statutes, and I considered filing a motion on that issue, because the statutes require the clerk's office to run jury selection.
Unless they enter into a contract with the court. All right, this is a circular discussion that's going nowhere. That's
all I have.
all right, thank you very much. You guys now have 9 minutes for your break. I'm just going to stay on the bench. I have stuff to do. We're off the record. All right, let's go back on the record. On State versus Loyd, Mr. Loyd is present with his attorneys. The State Attorney's Office is present. Let's bring the jurors back in. Good? All right. All right, welcome back, folks. Juror in seat, where's the mic? Who's got the mic? I'm going to start in the front row.
On the first row?
It's going to be the juror in seat number 1.
Pass that down.
All right, sir, were you able to call your office and talk to someone?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you get paid?
Well, actually, yes. He told me, like, after I showed him some proof that I was here, yeah, I'm gonna get paid.
That you would pay? All right,
Yes.
thank you, sir. Juror in seat number 2. Yes, ma'am, were you able to find out?
I was able to find out.
All right, if you don't have the income from your full-time job, can you pay your bills?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you, ma'am. That was it. So, I have juror in seat 28. Oh, juror in seat 5. Yes, ma'am. You're new to this game. You didn't answer me last time. All right.
Sorry. I thought I was going to time, but my employer is going to pay me only for 5 days. I work in a community health center as a dentist for young children. There's not a lot of options for them, so 3 weeks might be a little tough for the office not to have a provider.
Can you pay your bills?
Yes, I can.
You can? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, juror in seat, let's see, 28 on this side, over here.
Yes, I do get paid as long.
All right, thank you. Juror in seat 14, did you call Lockheed? Fourteen's in the front row. You're covered? Okay, thank you. Let's see, juror in seat 36. There you are.
Yes, I will be paid.
All right, thank you. Let's go to the row right behind you because I had 3 folks. Juror in seat 46.
Pass that down.
Yes, I'll be paid.
All right. Juror in seat 47.
No, I will not get paid.
Can you pay your bills if you're not getting paid?
No, I can't.
I'm sorry?
No, I can't.
Okay, thanks. And juror in seat 48?
I was told they were going to contact HR and let me know.
How
But I
not
know I get
helpful.
paid for a certain amount, just not how much.
They would pay you for some, but they didn't know what?
Yeah, he didn't give me a clear answer. He said he was going to contact HR and let me know.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. Juror in seat 54?
I was unable to contact the supervisor.
Okay, so you still don't know? All right, thank you. Did I miss anybody who was supposed to call about getting paid? Oh, juror in seat 33
38.
and 38. I'll be with you in just a second. All right.
I found out that my job doesn't pay.
Did you call them during the break?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Can you pay your bills?
No.
All right, thank you. And then juror in seat number 38. Yes, sir.
Yes, I will not be paid.
Can you pay your bills?
Yes.
All right. Is there anyone, just the entire front row from seats 1 through 15, who has a vacation scheduled and has already purchased tickets or made reservations that are non-refundable? Juror in seat number 9. Yes, ma'am.
I have a trip scheduled for October 22nd
All right. And
through the
where-
next week.
Where will you be going?
New Jersey. My sister-in-law is having a baby.
Oh, that's nice. All right. So October 22nd, you said?
Yes. Through the following week.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat number 3?
Yeah, I'll be going to Blue Ridge, Georgia, the 14th through the 18th of October. We've already
Okay.
paid for the Airbnb and everything.
Is that next week?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And you'll be back on the 18th?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. Number 2, you have a vacation scheduled?
I have it scheduled for the 20th to the 25th. It hasn't been paid yet.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else? 55?
Yes, ma'am. I'm going November,
You're going where?
Bangladesh.
Bangladesh? And when are you going?
I'm going from November 17 to February 2nd.
Okay. February 2nd? All right, thank you, sir. 56?
I'm going, I'm going to Nashville from October 22nd through the 24th.
For,
I'm visiting some friends for my birthday.
okay. Have you already bought the tickets?
I've already bought the tickets and paid for the hotel.
Okay. Anybody else got a vacation scheduled? You're in seat 37, just because you're the closest. Go ahead.
I have campground reservations this weekend through Monday evening that are already paid for that I'll lose.
Oh, for this weekend through what, Monday?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, we can accommodate that, okay. Number 18.
I'll be going to Atlanta from the 21st to the 25th for Shaky Knees Music Festival. All expenses are paid and non-refundable.
Okay.
And then Asheville The the Halloween weekend, I don't know the dates. That all expenses are paid for.
All right, thank you, sir. 31,
I work for a fastener company, and we have been traveling every single week back and forth to New Orleans. The next 3 weeks are already bought and paid for, and I don't know when it will end, but we've
that
been doing a lot
work-related?
over there.
is that work-related?
Yes.
And if you don't go, can someone take your place?
We have a limited amount of people, so I'm not sure, but the
Okay.
next 3 are already bought and paid for in my name.
32,
We leave the 14th through the 19th to Ellijay, Georgia, paid for.
is that a vacation?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else who's got a vacation? Thank you, ma'am. 35,
Your Honor, I have vacation scheduled, let's see, 27th through November 8th. 27th of October through November 8th. That's vacation.
has it been bought and paid, have the tickets been paid for?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right.
And that was to Blue Ridge, Georgia.
50,
I have a long weekend vacation mid-November to Boston.
can you be more specific about
Oh,
mid-November?
it's a girls' week, it's a bachelorette.
No, like
Oh, the dates, I don't know
mid-November?
the dates specifically, it's November, I think it's the Thursday, Friday, I think it's the 4th, 17th, that weekend.
The weekend of November 17th?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Anybody else? Anyone, I've already talked, and juror 31, you've already told me, anyone who has a work-related issue, and by that I mean you're the only person who can do this project, not that it's going to be something you have to do in the afternoon or anything like that. Juror in seat number 11.
Yes, ma'am. I work for a church. We're a small staff, and I run our online presence as well as assisting community groups who use our facility during the week, and there's no one else to take my place when I'm gone.
Can you do the online work? Can you do that after you've finished here in the courtroom?
The online work, yes.
Okay. And there's nobody else who can schedule the facility?
There may be one other person, it just depending on availability.
All right, thank you, sir. You're in seat 39.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm a school principal for Orange County Public Schools, and there are many tasks on a daily basis that only can be performed by the principal.
Do you have an assistant principal?
I do.
Can they do them?
There are tasks that are designated to principal only. I mean, they can be designated, but it certainly would be a hardship if it was 3 weeks for the kids.
Okay. Can you do them after, can you do any of this after you're done in the courtroom?
There are certain things I can do after, but as you can imagine, during the school day, while kids are there, a lot of it needs to be handled in the moment.
All right, thank you, sir. You're in seat 13.
Yes, ma'am, I have a special magistrate hearing Monday morning, representing a couple cases for Orange County.
You're the magistrate, you said?
No, ma'am, I will be presenting cases to the special magistrate.
Okay.
So I work for A Division in Orange County.
And that's just this Monday?
First Monday, or second Monday of the month, every month. But it's this
The
Monday.
second Monday, so it would be this Monday coming up?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm pretty sure I can get those rescheduled for you.
I'm sorry?
I said I'm pretty sure I can get those rescheduled for you if I
Perfect.
needed to, all right? What? Number 11, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I forgot to mention as well, my church meets on Saturday mornings, and I do have in-person responsibilities for those times.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Number 5.
So my supervisor expressed to me that it would be difficult to cover for 3 weeks, and I see about 100 patients a week at that particular location.
You've got to speak up, ma'am. I'm really having trouble hearing you.
Sorry. So at the community health center where I work, I see about 100 patients a week, and it would be difficult to find somebody else to cover in that area.
Okay, thanks. Next. Again, folks, this has to be something that only you can do. Generally interfering with your job, I have a lot of sympathy. 3 weeks of trial wreaks havoc on my schedule, but it's not a legal reason to excuse you. 22?
I work at a theme park here in Orlando, and I might be going through some rehearsals for a special event, but I'm not sure what the schedule would be yet.
Okay, thank you. Number 19?
For my fun job, I have a convention I'm going to Thursday through Sunday of this coming weekend. I am one of the presenters. I have bought thousands of dollars of inventory to sell at this event.
Okay.
I would really like to be able to go.
Okay.
But after that, I'm good.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 17?
I lead a weekly Bible study at my school, and I'm the only one that can and does lead it.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 52?
From October 25th to 29th, I'm rolling out and leading a new training for our staff and facilitators across the country.
Can someone else take over for you?
I will double check and get back to you on that, because right now I'm the only one trained to be able to roll it out, but I can check and see if we can work with the staff.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone that oh, there's another one. Juror in seat 49?
Yes, I'm a curator at SeaWorld, and I'm top subject matter expert for the aquarium operations, as well as Wild Arctic, overseeing the care and welfare of the animals.
The folks under you can't take care of the animals while you're in trial?
Yes, they can. They are
Okay.
not the top decision maker on their care.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? All right, anybody have any medical issues that prevents them from sitting for long periods of time? And by the way, we do take breaks every hour to hour and a half. Juror in seat 59? You don't have to tell me this, just give me a general idea. Go ahead.
Oh, Your Honor, I'm a veteran, 100% disability. I take a lot of medication, which makes me have to urinate a lot. Plus, I'm at the age where I do that anyway, you know. So, can I make another point about the defendant and?
No, you may not. I will get to you in a minute, sir. Only answer the questions I'm asking you, folks. Juror in seat number 60.
I had an accident in April, and I can't sit a whole long, drawn time or stand. I have a pinched nerve that's pressing down on my tailbone.
All right, ma'am. Anybody else have any medical issues? Number 37.
I have an autoimmune cluster that causes a variety of different issues in my body.
Can't hear a word you just said. What?
I have an autoimmune
Uh-huh.
cluster that causes a variety of issues in my body, sometimes making it difficult.
Okay. And someone else raised a paddle. 40? Yes, sir.
I've got medical issues. I gotta take medication.
Does that medication interfere with your ability to concentrate?
Sorry, what?
Does the medication interfere with your ability to concentrate?
Yes.
Anybody else? Anyone have any child care issues? Juror in seat 36.
My wife works evenings, so I take care of the kids, usually starting around 4:30 each evening.
Is there someone else who could help if you were selected as a juror in this case?
Possibly neighbors, but I'm not sure if they'll be willing to help for 3 weeks.
All right. How old is the child or children?
5 and 11.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anybody else? Juror in seat number 11?
Yes, ma'am. I have a 10-month-old and a 5-year-old, and my wife is primarily at home with them. She does not work, but we don't have anybody else in the area that helps us, and so it's just a lot for her when she's on her own.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Juror in seat 42?
Yes, next week is or every other week I get to see my kids. So it's just me every other week.
Okay, for the whole week?
Yes.
So if you were a juror, you would just have to skip either 1 or 2 weeks, depending on where you are in the cycle?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Juror in seat 59?
Yes, I have a grandson. My daughter works Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. I have to pick him up from school on Monday and Tuesday.
Thank you.
He's 4 years old.
All right, thank you, sir. Anybody else? All right. Anyone who's had any difficulty understanding the language so far? Juror in seat 55? What's your difficulty been, sir?
Yeah, I understand only around 50 to 60%.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Juror in seat number 12?
Yeah, I only understand like for 45 to 15%. I don't understand that much.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Juror in seat 23?
I have a problem to understand everything.
Okay, how much do you think you've understood?
I can't really tell you exactly, but my English is not perfect, so I don't want to complicate anything.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, let me see the attorneys at the bench. All right, folks. Teresa, you're going to start dotting people. I'm going to call you out one at a time. And much like you exited church, I'm going to start from the inside out because it's the easiest way to move people out of the courtroom, okay? So pay attention to what I'm about to say. I'm starting on the left side here. Juror in seat number 7, you are excused with the thanks of the court. You may get your employment or your excusal letter and your parking validated in the jury room. Thank you, sir. Leave your paddles here. The masks, by the way, are a gift from us to you. You can keep them. Juror in seat number 6, you are excused with the thanks of the court. Report to the jury room. There are no other juries being picked today. You're going down to the jury room for some paperwork so that you can leave. Juror in seat number 5, you are returning Monday for individual voir dire at 9 a.m. Please stay in the courtroom for a minute because I have instructions for you all. Juror in seat number 4, you are returning at 9 a.m. on Monday morning for individual voir dire. Please remain in the courtroom. I have some instructions for you. Juror in seat number 3, you are returning at 9 a.m. for individual voir dire on Monday morning. Please remain in the courtroom. Juror in seat number 2, you are excused with the thanks of the court. Juror in seat number 1, you are returning Monday morning at 9 a.m. for individual voir dire. Remain in the courtroom, please. All right, first row going this way. Juror in seat number 8, you are returning Monday morning for individual voir dire at 9 a.m. Please remain in the courtroom. Juror in seat number 9, you are returning for individual voir dire on Monday morning, 9 a.m. Stay in the courtroom. Juror in seat number 10 has been previously excused. Juror in seat number 11, you're excused with the thanks of the court. Report to the jury room. Juror in seat number 12, you are excused with the thanks of the court. Please report to the jury room. Juror in seat number 13, you are returning Monday morning at 9 a.m. for jury selection, or I'm sorry, for individual voir dire. And I'll need you to give me the details of whatever it is you have on Monday morning so that I can make arrangements. Juror in seat number 14, you are returning on Monday morning, 9 a.m. for individual voir dire. Juror in seat number 15, you are returning on Monday morning for individual voir dire. And, all right, starting in the second row, juror in seat 22, you are returning on Monday morning, individual voir dire. Juror in seat 21, you are returning on Monday at 10:30 for individual voir dire. Juror in seat 20, you're excused with the thanks of the court. Report to the jury room. Juror in seat 19, you are returning for individual voir dire on Monday morning at 10:30. Juror in seat 18, you're excused with the thanks of the court. Juror in seat 17, you are returning on Monday morning at 10:30. Individual voir dire. Juror in seat 16, you're excused with the thanks of the court. Report to the jury room. Juror in seat 23, you're excused with the thanks of the court. Report to the jury room. Juror in seat 24, you're excused with the thanks of the court. Report to the jury room. Juror in seat 25, you are returning on Monday morning. 10:30. Juror in seat 26, you're returning on Monday morning at 10:30. Juror in seat 27, you're returning on Monday morning at 10:30. Juror in seat 28, you're returning on Monday morning at 10:30. Juror in seat 29, you're returning Monday morning at 10:30. Juror in seat 30, you're returning Monday morning at 10:30. And juror in seat 37, you're excused with the thanks of the court. Juror in seat 36, you're excused with the thanks of the court. All of you report to the jury room if you're excused. Juror in seat 35, you're excused with the thanks of the court. 34 and 33, you're excused with the thanks of the court. Juror in seat 32, you are returning Monday morning at 10:30. Juror in seat 31, you're returning Monday at 1:30. I'm sorry. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir. You need to make other arrangements. You'll be here at 1:30. I understand, sir. You'll need to make other arrangements. I'm going to let you go in just a minute so that you can talk to your employer. Juror in seat 38, you're excused, or no, I'm sorry. Juror in seat 38, you're reporting on Monday at 1:30. Juror in seat 39, you're reporting on Monday at 1:30. Juror in seat 40, you're excused with the thanks of the court. Juror in seat 41, you're reporting Monday at 1:30. Juror in seat 42, you're reporting Monday at 1:30. Jurors in seat 43 and 44, you are excused with the thanks of the court. Report to the jury room. Juror in seat 45, you're reporting Monday morning at 1:30. Or Monday afternoon, I'm sorry. Juror in seat 52, you are reporting Monday at 1:30. Juror in seat 51, you're excused with the thanks of the court. Juror in seat 50, you're reporting Monday at 1:30. Juror in seat 49, you're reporting Monday at 1:30. Juror in seat 48, you're reporting Monday at 1:30. Please have the information about your work pay by then, please. Thanks. And juror in seat 47, you are excused with the thanks of the court. Juror in seat 46, you're reporting Monday at 1:30. Juror in seat 53, you're excused. Juror in seat 54, you're reporting Monday at 1:30, at 3. Please have the information about your employer by then, all right? Juror in seat 55, you're excused with the thanks of the court. Juror in seat 56, you're excused. Juror in 57, you're reporting at 3 o'clock on Monday. And by the way, folks, you're reporting to this floor. Juror 58, you're excused. Thanks to the court, report to the jury room. Juror in 59, I'm going to talk to you in a minute, so just stay here. And juror in seat 60, you're excused with the thanks of the court. All right, with the exception of the juror in seat 59, I'm going to release the rest of you after giving you these instructions. On Monday, on your assigned time, the clerk is now going to start putting the time, a blue dot, and the time that you're supposed to be here on your badge. That's just to remind you. We're giving you a slip of paper that gives you instructions on what numbers to call to verify things. You must report to the jury room before you leave the courthouse. They have an additional document for you, which is for your school, your employer, whatever, to let them know that you have been called back to jury duty and that you were here today. Listen very carefully to what I am about to tell you. We are monitoring social accounts of jurors in this case. You are not allowed to talk to anyone about this case. That includes your best friend, your mom, your dad, your husband, your kids. You cannot discuss this case until you are discharged as a juror in this case. You may not look up anything about this case on the internet or Facebook or anywhere else. Don't talk about this case. Don't look anything up about this case. This is not a request. It is a court order. And if someone tries to talk to you about it, tell them you can't discuss it and walk away. Don't fall into the trap of the judge is never going to find out. If I find out, you are going to be in trouble. Let me be blunt about it, all right? Because this can cause a mistrial in a case. All we're asking you to do is stay away. Don't watch TV or the news. Don't watch the news. Don't read stories about the case or anything else. All right? Once you have gotten your blue dot and your instructions, you're free to go down to the jury room, except for the juror in seat number 59. We need to talk to you, sir. All right? Thank you, folks. Once you've gotten what you need, you're free to go. Leave your paddles here. Thank you. Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
What if you know too much about this case already?
Sir, we will talk about it on Monday, all right? Do not discuss this case. We'll see you later. Thank you. I'm sorry, what? Yes, what can I help you with? Okay, just tell him to sit there for a minute. can leave, ma'am. Yeah, get the other panel ready to go. All right, juror in seat 29, what's your name? I can't hear you. Hold on, they're going to give you a microphone.
Eduardo.
Okay, and you're a student?
Yes.
Where are you a student?
Polytechnic University of Puerto Rico.
I'm sorry, where?
University Polytechnic of Puerto Rico.
Are you just here visiting?
No.
Are you going to school online?
No. In campus.
You're
I
going to
have
school
2
in
classes
Tampa?
in campus and 3 in online.
Okay, and you say you're having trouble understanding what we're saying?
Some words.
Okay. How long have you been living in the mainland of the United States?
4.
How
4
long?
years.
How long?
4 years.
4 years? State, you wish to inquire? Any objection? Defense? All right. All right, sir, you're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, juror in seat number 59. What is the issue that you've been wanting to tell me about?
I have a family member that knows Mr. Loyd, and I also have family members that I'm not 100% sure, but I have family members that know, with no disrespect, the officer, I can't remember her name. The,
Lieutenant Clayton?
Ma'am?
Lieutenant Clayton?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so have you already formed an opinion about this case?
Yeah, because it was, yes.
Just
pretty
tell me the
much.
truth, sir. There are no right or wrong answers to this. There's just the
Yes,
truth.
ma'am. Yes,
All right.
ma'am.
And do you think that opinion would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? And by fair and impartial, I mean you have to start this case assuming Mr. Loyd is innocent. Can you do that?
Like I said, I don't know. I
right.
mean, it would be difficult based
State.
on what.
All right. Thank you, sir. State, you wish to inquire?
No, Your Honor, we would move.
Defense?
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing all right.
You need to speak up, sir. I'm really having a problem hearing.
Ma'am, I have, like I said, I'm 100% disability. I have mental issues also. That's
Okay.
what gave me the 100%. So, sir?
So, sir, before you hear the case or hear any evidence, why do you believe Mr. Loyd is guilty?
I didn't say if he was guilty. I didn't make a determination of either or.
Okay, so you can listen to the evidence with an open mind?
I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't know.
So why are you hesitating? What don't you know?
What I don't know is, like I said, I have family members that, I mean, this was all over the news, and family members know the 2 parties. Okay, so it has been mentioned in family gatherings, you know. I don't know how to answer that question, sir.
Well, you're saying you have family members. Is the fact that family members have a relationship or know Sergeant Clayton, is that going to affect your ability to listen with an open mind and decide this case?
Yes, because I know family members that know the defendant also.
Okay, so you know family members that know.
Well, I know one.
Mr. Loyd?
Yes.
Who is that family member?
Desiree Willis.
Okay. And do you have contact with that person?
Yes,
Have you ever had discussions about Mr. Loyd's case with her?
not recently.
Okay. So is the fact that you know her going to affect your ability to keep an open mind in terms of the state, the state's case?
Well, I look at it another way. I look at it as being on a jury, and this is an open case for the public. And if she shows up or other family members and they see me sitting in the jury box, that's gonna make me uncomfortable. That will make me uncomfortable.
Okay, and it may make you uncomfortable, but the question is, are you going to allow them to influence your thinking either in favor of the state or in favor of the defense?
I just don't want no hardship to come on any of my family members because of the way that the outcome of the verdict may be.
So what you're saying is that if you sit on this jury and you find Mr. Loyd not guilty, that could be a hardship on some of your family members.
The ones that knew Ms. Clayton.
Okay. And so how is that going to affect your decision-making process here? Are you going to, in any way, be influenced to find Mr. Loyd guilty because of that?
Yes, that's a bit of influence, yes.
All right, I have no questions, Judge.
State's moved for cause. Any objection? All right. Thank you, sir. You're free to go. Okay. So we're bringing up the next panel. We're probably going to have to split up the questioning on them since we've run way over this morning. But let's get some of it done, and then we'll break for lunch. We're going to have a very short lunch today, folks. Yes.
I know you've told us in detail how the jury selection process is going.
Sure. The colored dots are done for purposes of the jurors calling in. That's the only reason they have colors, all right? So starting on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays, we're going to do individual questioning. Panels are called in 10 at a time at 9 a.m., 10:30, 1:30, and 3. So 40 a day. Okay.
So in that case, the individual question is going to be in what area?
Publicity, the death penalty, the insanity defense. And of course, if they say anything that's completely, a couple of these folks are going to bring back up their work issues, I'm sure. So I am going to touch on availability for anybody that I have notes that there might be an issue. So, okay. And so far we have 32 people coming back for individual voir dire. No, that's Monday. We filled up 9 a.m., 10:30, and 1:30. So we're into the 3 o'clock slot on Mondays. turn the volume in the record on. Very much. All right, whenever you're ready, bring the next panel in. We're back on the record on State versus Loyd. He's present with his attorney. State Attorney's Office is present. We're missing who? Jurors in which seat? All right, in the meantime, let's go ahead and swear this panel in. All right, have a seat, folks. I apologize for the delay. The first group took longer than I thought it would. I'm Judge Marquez. I will be the presiding judge in this case. You are here part one of jury selection. We're talking to several groups today. You are the second group we've talked to. We are going to let you go to lunch, but I thought we'd get at least half an hour to 40 minutes of work done afterwards so that we can finish up. As I said, you're here for jury selection. I'll explain the criminal case, and I'll tell you a little bit more about the case in just a minute. How many of you have gone through jury selection before? Ever served on juries or gone through jury? Just raise up your paddles. Okay, quite a few. It's going to be unlike any other jury selection that you've been through, and I'll explain why in just a second. First of all, you may have noticed there's a TV camera in the courtroom. Case. That isn't anything for you all to worry about. Just ignore them. They are very good about not filming you. Publication of prospective jurors or jurors. Those paddles that you have refer to your seat numbers. When you're answering questions, raise those up. We are going to refer to you by your seat numbers for two reasons. Number one, it does help preserve your privacy. And number two, it's just much easier in a large group like this to questions if we do it by seat number. So just keep those paddles handy, and when you get called on, raise them up so we can see who's answering the question. Masks are mandatory in the Orange County Courthouse, and they are mandatory throughout this trial. I realize that the masks you all are wearing are probably the least comfortable masks that you have worn since this pandemic began. And I'm sorry about that. I actually wore those, one of those masks for a few hours just to try them out. And I apologize, but we need to be able to see your face while you're answering questions. That's why you're in those masks now. If you can wear your regular mask, you will not have to wear those masks, all right? So, before I go into too much detail about the process or the case, and see if you all know anyone in the courtroom. I'm Judge Marquez, as I said. I'm the judge. It's my job to make sure that the law is followed in this, instructed on the law. So I rule on objections. I rule on what evidence is admissible. Is there anyone here who knows me or recognizes me from anywhere? If you do, raise your paddles, please. I see no paddles. Two ladies back of all the evidence and paperwork. Anybody know or recognize them? Nope. Okay. Folks, Orange County Sheriff's Department, they're here every day in the courthouse, in courtrooms. They provide, they're our liaison to the jury, and you'll see they'll escort you in and out and give you instructions. They also provide courtroom who knows or recognizes any of these deputies. I'm not seeing any paddles. The lady in the front with the long hair and the black jacket is, which is she needs to take down everything that's said in this courtroom. And by that, I mean literally every word. You are going to so much easier if you speak up when you are answering questions. You're going to be handed a microphone because the acoustics in this courtroom are horrendous. So we need you to speak into the microphone. People hate public speaking. They hate answering questions in groups. I understand that, but the thing is, the court reporter can't take down gestures. So shaking your head, shrugging your shoulders, she can't take anything down. And the following phrases, and make absolutely no sense when we're writing them down. So please use words when you answer questions. there anyone here who recognizes our? Nope. All right, juror in seat number 11. Welcome. Sir, juror in seat number 11. I need you to raise your right hand. The clerk's going to swear you in. I don't know that he understands a word I'm saying. Raise your right hand. All right, you can have a seat. Sir, do you understand me? Do you understand English? English? You can't hear me? Can you hear us? Can you hear? By the way, can everyone hear me? Is anybody having trouble? No, he can't hear me? Okay. Get him for the record, we're getting him a headset, a hearing aid. Can you hear me now? Can you hear what I'm saying?
If you just turned it off.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, thank you. All right, the two gentlemen to my right representing the state of Florida. Gentlemen, do you introduce yourselves?
It's Ryan Williams. Detective Brian Savelli with the Orange County Sheriff's Office. Timothy Stevens. Takeshia Bryant. Julia Johnson. Monica Pridgeon. Monahan. Sean Williams of the Orlando Police Department. Detective Pete Cadis of the Orlando Police Department. Brandon Thornton, Orlando Police Department. Captain Joseph Carter, Orange County Sheriff's Office. Antoine Thomas. Stacy Monroe, Orlando Police Department. Mike Stanley, Orlando Police Department. Orange County Sheriff's Office. Paul Foster, Orlando Police Department. Deputy Chuck Ashworth. Cleveland Jenkins, Federal Marshal Service. Dr. Joshua Stephanie. Karen Livengood, Orlando Police Department. Detective Shane Overfield, Orlando Police Department. Darlene Dunn, Orlando Police Department. Gary Crosby, Orlando Police Department. Sean Johnson, Law Enforcement. Andrew Harrison, Orange County Sheriff's Office. Dr. Sarah Zadovich, Office of the Medical Examiner. Department of Law Enforcement. Tracy Anderson. Officer Jonathan Cute, Orlando. Donald Stewart. Dr. Michael Gamache. Detective Adam Crudo, Orlando Police Department. Mayor. Marianne Mitchell. Deputy Rachel Ward. Tanya Werner. Todd Erb. Earl Stokes. Howard Kuhn, Orlando Police Department. Theopolis Edward. Ronald Guerrero. Latoria Washington. Francine Tom. Tammy Hughes. Dorothy Patterson. Tanya Cowan, Hill, Dr. Robert Buck, Tamara Coker, Jim, Dr. Emily Lazaro, Rodney Lamond, Dr. Jeffrey Nagin, Dr. Greg Pritchard, Tony Rowland, Dr. Joseph and Kevin Whitmore.
Thank you. Does anyone recognize or know Mr. Williams, Mr. Buxman, or any of the witnesses whose names were called out? Seat 42, who do you know, sir? Hold on, we're going to pass a microphone to you.
I know a number of the OPD officers. Was mentioned, Tracy Anderson. I work for Orlando Fire Department.
You work for who?
Orlando Fire Department.
All right, sir, based on that, do you partial as to those witnesses' testimony?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Juror in seat 43. Yes, ma'am. Who do you know?
Tammy Hughes.
And how do you know her?
She's my stepmother.
Ma'am, do you think you could listen to Ms. Hughes' testimony and follow the and impartial as to her testimony? Or would you be more inclined to believe her because of who she is?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the last part? Repeat the last part.
Do you think you would automatically believe anything Ms. Hughes said just because, could you evaluate her testimony like any other witness, or would you be, I'm going to believe whatever she says, or I'm not going to believe anything she says?
You would believe what she says?
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Anybody else know any of those witnesses? Juror in seat number 4, yes, sir. All right.
I went to high school with Regina Hill.
You what?
I went to high school with Regina Hill.
You went to high school with Regina. What would influence your decision in this case? Could you be fair and impartial?
No.
No? Okay. Somebody else raised their paddle. Anybody else who knows one of the witnesses? No? All right. Over here to my left is the defense team. Mr. Linneman, if you'd introduce yourself and your team.
Good afternoon. My name's Linneman. And Kate O'Shea. We represent Mr. Markeith Loyd.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Linneman. That's fine.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Judge.
Sure.
These are potential defense witnesses. Patricia Loyd, Dana, Tanya Loyd, Odell Jones, Barry Jacobs, Tiana Loyd, Derek Harris, Eric Dorsey, Glenn McCree, Lorraine Harp, Jack Verona, Giovanna Joyce? Oh, I'm sorry. Giovanna Lloyd, Jesse McCree, Shanika Bush, Trinika Hobbs, Tyran Wesley, Pat McKenna, John Sawicki, Dr. Jethro Toomer, Dr. Marvin Dunn, Dr. Michael Mayer, Dr. Jeffrey Colino, Dr. James Campbell, Dr. William Anderson.
Know or recognize Mr. Linneman, Ms. O'Shea, or Mr. Marrero, or any of the witnesses whose names were read out. Does anyone recognize Mr. Loyd? Raise your paddles. All right. Thank you, folks. Being tried, or this jury selection is being done in stages. All right. Mr. Loyd is charged. One of the counts against Mr. Loyd and the state is asking that if Mr. Loyd is convicted of first-degree murder, Mr. Loyd be sentenced to death. So this is on the questions that you're being asked. I understand if you have more information. I just we don't need to talk about it today, all right? It's a longer process. You are not to discuss this case with anyone until you are discharged. You are not to look up anything on the internet. You are not to watch any media about this. There's a reason we give you this instruction, and it is a reason that is fundamental to our is this. People are entitled to know, both sides, the state and the defense, are entitled to know what evidence in making a decision in a case, in reaching a verdict. The only way that we know what evidence is being considered by you is that you hear in a courtroom. Testimony, physical evidence, all of that is evidence. You are limited to that. The internet or listening to the news media or talking to your friends about what their opinion is, you are considering evidence and listening to things that have not been presented. No one has had a chance to question or challenge. It is fundamentally unfair. It is not allowed. So I'm ordering you, don't look at anything, don't read anything, and tell all your curious family and friends that you are not allowed to discuss. So, let me tell you a little bit about the case itself. This case is expected to take I can't give you an exact time frame because I don't know what's going to happen in the trial. So, and by that I mean to the jury, for the jury to reach a verdict. There is no clock on a jury's reaching a verdict. We don't give you a time frame. It takes you as long as it takes you to reach a verdict. But you will be in the trial itself for 2 to 3 weeks. Because of the publicity in the case. Now that sounds horrible when you first hear it, but I don't know about you all, but it's been a long year pandemic. So sequestration is this. We put you up in a hotel. It's a nice hotel. Someone's going to make your bed, clean your room, take care of all those things for you. You will be able to see your family during this time. And by that I mean, spouse. You're not going to get cut off from them for 3 weeks. And I'm using 3 weeks as the longest example. You will be able to, when you're not in the courtroom, we will make provisions for you all, if you're a student, to do online work. If you're, for your job, you can answer work emails, that sort of thing, personal emails, as long as none of it has anything to do with this case. We work Monday through Friday from 9:30 to 5:30 to 6, depending on how long a witness takes on the stand, and we work part of the day. Because you're sequestered, we want to move the case along. We do not work on Sundays, all right? That's a free day that you would spend. And there's activities and recreation at the hotel. I'm telling you all of this because I'm now going to start asking you a series of questions. So I'm going to do this one row at a time so I can keep track and the lawyers can keep track. You'll not pay them for the time that they're in jury selection. Raise your power. All right, jurors in seat 8 through 15. Anyone who does not jury service. All right, juror in seat number 8. I'll get to the back rows in a minute. Yes, ma'am. You don't get paid?
No, I'm a substitute teacher, the Kelly Service.
And if you don't get paid, can you pay your bills?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. That row. All right, jurors in seats 16 through 22. Anyone whose employer does not pay them. All right, juror in seat number 18. We're going to give you the mic, ma'am.
No, I work at an OBGYN clinic.
You got to speak up. I can't hear you.
Get paid.
All right.
If I'm not working.
Can you pay your bills if you don't get paid? All right. Is that a no? Remember
No.
about shaking your head. You got to answer out loud. Thanks. All right.
I work for Walt Disney World, and I'm part-time, and unfortunately, they do not pay us for jury
Okay.
duty.
Can you pay your bills without that part-time income?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else in that row? Jurors seat 1 through 22, seat 20.
I work in the airport, and I don't get paid. I'm part-time.
Can you pay your bills?
No.
16 through 22. All right, 16's 23, seats 23 through 30. Anyone who does not get paid. Juror seats 28 and 29. 28, when you get the mic, if you could answer, please.
I'm an HR.
Okay.
And I don't get paid for today, and that's all I know. I haven't asked it for any future days.
But they didn't pay you for today?
No.
Can you pay your bills if you're not being paid?
Yeah.
You need to call your supervisors and find out if you can get paid, all right? Juror in seat 29, what's your? That mic, it's not projecting at all. Okay.
Sorry?
There you go.
Okay. I'm a... I don't have my view.
So if you're not, do you have him? Okay. All right, can you pay your bills if you're not working? Anybody else in that row? All right, jurors 7, third row on this side, on the left side, my left. Who doesn't get paid? All right, juror seat number 37, yes, sir? Or
My employer, and that is it.
you get paid for 3 days?
Yes.
All right, if you didn't have the income from the rest of the day, it would be 18 days. Can you make ends meet?
No, that would be a problem. I'm a widow. I'm the only income earner in my home.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Who's the next one? Put up your paddles. I can't see who's answering.
Huh?
Can you put your paddle up? 30 what?
Hello?
Sir, see the number. Thank you. 35. Okay, thank you. Thanks. Yes, sir. Do you get paid?
I work at Walmart, and I can't take off that long.
Not working?
No, I have to pay. Yeah, I get paid.
You do get paid?
I don't get paid if I'm not working.
Okay. Can you pay your bills if you don't
no.
get paid? You're in seat number 34?
Yeah, I'm a server and bartender,
Uh-huh.
and not for that long now.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in that row? All right, jurors in seats 5. Anyone who doesn't get paid by their employer. Juror in seat number 40.
I work as a dishwasher,
Okay?
and I can pay my bills, so.
If you don't have income, you still can pay your bills?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Who else raised a paddle? Who was it? What seat number are you in, sir?
44.
Okay, thank you.
I don't get paid like if I'm going to be here for 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay,
In theater at Disney Springs,
okay. Can you,
and I don't really have any bills to pay. As far as I know, I'm not going to get paid if I miss 2 to 3 weeks.
okay, but you don't have any bills?
At the moment, no.
Okay. All right, thank you. Jurors in seat, anybody else in that room? 40, I'm sorry, 43. I'm sorry, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I work as a freelancer, and I can't,
Thank you, ma'am. Jurors in seats 46 through 52. All right, I have juror 51. Yes, sir?
I don't get paid if I don't work.
Can you pay your bills?
No,
All right, thank you, sir. And can you pass that microphone down to juror in seat 47?
As so if I don't work, I don't get paid. I can't pay my bills.
All right, thank you, sir. And through 60, anybody who doesn't get paid by their employer. All right, starting with juror in seat 54.
I work from home. They didn't pay me for today, so I'm not sure if they're going to pay me for the rest. And I won't be able to pay my bills.
Okay.
Hi, I'm going to get paid for today, but I only think they only pay for 3.
Hold on. Juror in seat 55. Go ahead, ma'am. Yeah.
I think I'm going to get paid for today, but I don't think they will pay me for 3 weeks, and I only have a part-time job.
Okay. Can you pay your bills without that income?
No.
And somebody else raised their paddle. Juror in seat 58.
I'm an automotive technician at Rikers, and I do not get paid for my time off, and I will not be able to pay my bills.
All right. Thank you. Do I have anyone on the panel who has difficulty understanding English? All right. Juror in seat number 11. What's your native language, sir?
Vietnamese.
Okay. How much English do you understand?
I can understand like up to 50%, but the problem is my hearing is not very well.
Okay.
I mean, I'm lost hearing, so that means my misunderstood a lot of things.
All right. Can you understand what I'm saying, or are you having trouble hearing me?
Yeah, if you speak slower, I can understand that. With faster.
So I talk too fast?
Yeah.
Okay. You're not the first person to tell me that, sir. Anyone else who has trouble with English? Juror in seat number 29. Yes, sir. What's your native language?
Okay.
What's your native language?
Say again.
What language do you speak? Okay. All right, thank you, sir. Anybody else? Juror in seat number 13. Yes, sir.
Yes, I speak Vietnamese.
You speak Vietnamese? How much English do you understand?
About 30 or 40%.
I'm sorry?
Just a little bit.
All right, thank you, sir. Anybody else? Juror in seat 45. Richard?
speak English or only Spanish.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else on this side? 51?
I speak Vietnamese
I'm
and
sorry, you speak
English
Vietnamese?
second language.
How much English do you speak?
Not like a lot, but I can understand much.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Juror in seat 46? Yes, ma'am.
I don't speak English well, so I can understand some, not a lot.
What language do you speak, ma'am?
I speak French and Creole.
French and Creole? All right. Thank you. Anyone else? All right, let me see the attorneys for a minute, please. All right, I need the following jurors to remain in the courtroom. If I call out your number, stay in the courtroom. I'm calling out your seat number. If not, you are excused for lunch. You need to be back here on the 23rd floor of the courthouse. At 1:30, we're going to resume the rest of questioning on this group. Do not discuss the case while you're at lunch. Don't talk to anybody. Don't look up anything. If you run into the attorneys, they are not going to speak to you. They're not even going to say hello. They're under court order not to have contact with you outside of the courtroom. They're perfectly nice people. They just can't talk to you outside the courtroom. So please don't hold it against them. So if you hear your seat number called, stay in the courtroom. 8, 11, 13, 18, 19, 20, 29, 34, 35, 37, 43, 45, 46, 47, 51, 54, 55, and 58. Stay in the courtroom. Everyone else, you're excused for lunch. I'll see you back here at 1:30. Leave your paddles in the chairs, please. You're on the top floor of the courthouse, 23. What do I do? Who do I talk to?
Right there.
Juror number 35, you're free to go. You can leave, sir. He doesn't have to come back. He can leave. All right, ladies and gentlemen, all of you are being excused as jurors in this case, with the thanks of the court. You need to go downstairs to the jury room and check out through the jury room. They have some paperwork for you, including the letters for your employers or everyone who needs to know that you were in jury duty today, and they can validate your parking if you haven't had that done yet. All right, thank you very much. You are free to go. You can keep your mask, leave the paddles. The masks are our gift to you. Wait, who do you have an extra juror? What do you mean?
Yep.
Seat 7, what about her? She went to lunch. Why is she in the courtroom? Why is she still here?
Here, I need your.
Why can't you come back?
I'm so sorry. I don't know if I can make it back in time. I have a baby at home, and I have to go run home and nurse, and I don't know if I can commit to this anyway, so I don't know if that's like...
Are you a nursing mom, ma'am?
Yeah. I didn't know I needed to take care of that before today online.
It's all right. Jury selection is not a normal process for people, so you're not really expected to know all of this.
Yeah.
So you're a nursing mom?
Yeah.
State? Defense? She's a nursing mom. I'm sorry? She is the juror in seat number 7, juror number 83, correct?
Yes.
All right, ma'am, you're excused from jury service.
Thank you, guys.
Check out
Sorry.
through the courtroom, or through the jury room.
just go down to the jury.
All right, folks, we're in recess until 1:30. Okay, we're back on the record on State versus Lloyd. He's present with his attorneys. State Attorney's Office is present. For the record, the juror in seat 44, number 309, 44. The jury room is reporting some erratic behavior and anxiety, walking around. It was reported to me, so I'm putting it on the record.
Judge, well, he was in my line of sight to the right. He was rocking back and forth. Now, that was before he spoke. And when he spoke, he seemed okay, but I did notice the rocking
Right.
consistent with what you reported.
Okay, I'm just letting you all know,
Yeah,
because
sure.
as like I said, it was conveyed to me, so I'm conveying it to you. 44? Okay. All right, we ready to go with the jury? Who we missing?
The seat 14, juror number 437 is missing.
Okay. Since we're running so far behind, let's go ahead and start, and hopefully she'll turn up. Are we looking for her anywhere?
I just walked in to let the man know.
Oh, okay, thanks. Yeah. Do you see if the jury room has any idea where she is? You're calling them? Okay, thanks. I'm sorry? State, you have any objections to me excusing the juror in seat 44?
You're talking about 44?
I'm sorry? 44. 44.
No objection.
All right. All right. If you could let juror in seat number 44, he's juror number 309, that I neglected to tell him that with the thanks of the court, he is excused. I'm sorry? Yeah, as soon as I get something. Ms. Dixon, what's your password? Dexter, I'm sorry. What's your password for real time? What? Okay. Great. All right, for everyone following on real time, we've switched recorders. You're going to need to put a new password in. Are you in room 1? Okay, thank you. The 14 is not down. 437 is not down there. Huh. Maybe she's just running late. Yeah, go ahead. Thanks. Yeah, go ahead. Thanks. She's here. The juror in seat 14 is sitting in seat 14. Yeah. She's right there. Everybody? All right, thank you. Welcome back, folks. I hope you had a good lunch. Did anyone on the panel see, hear, or read anything about this case while they were at lunch? If so, please raise your paddles. I'm not seeing any paddles. Did anyone attempt to speak to any of you about this case while you were at lunch? Not seeing any paddles, or did you overhear anyone talking about it? Nope, okay. So, I just have a few more questions for you. Is there anyone on the panel who has a vacation schedule that you've already paid for? Okay. Let me start over here. Juror seat number 3. Tell me about that, sir. When is it?
Yes, my wife and I have a trip planned to California the week of the 18th through the 25th.
Of October?
Of October.
And have you already bought the tickets and everything?
I already bought the tickets and paid for the Airbnbs.
All right, thank you. Juror seat number 4, were you raising your paddle about vacation? Yes, sir. What do you got?
I've got
Can't hear you, sir. I'm sorry.
I got a vacation coming up the 24th of October.
For how long?
Just a week.
All right. Have you paid for everything already?
I'm not going nowhere. I'm just going to stay home and rest up.
Oh, so you have a staycation plan?
Save the money.
I hear that. All right. Thank you. How about juror seat number 1? Hold on. Let's get you a microphone. Hold on. You need a microphone.
Planning to go on a vacation on 21st October for a week.
Have you already bought the tickets?
No, not yet.
Okay. And where were you going?
Connecticut, Boston, like New England area.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else in that first row? How about the 5th, the juror seat number 5? Yes, sir.
Hi, it's actually my wife and I's 15th anniversary next week, and we're going to South Carolina.
Happy
It's
anniversary.
the 17th through the 21st.
Okay, so October 17th through the 21st, you'll be in South Carolina?
Yes, ma'am.
Happy anniversary. All right,
Thank you.
How about on this side, first row? Anybody? Juror seat number 9?
I'm going to the Bahamas on a cruise November 16th through the 20th.
Okay. And have you paid for it already?
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir. Anybody else in that row? All right, second row. Anybody? Juror seat number 23.
It'll be in November, the first week, 6th to the 11th.
Have you already paid for everything?
I already paid for the airplane tickets.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. Seat 24?
November 11th through 14th, I believe. Palm Beach, everything's already paid for.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Juror seat number 30? Oh, 25, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
The 1st and through the 12th of November.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, it's already paid for.
Okay, thank you.
Georgia with my family, and it is already paid for.
All right, thank you, sir. How about the row behind them? I changed this up so you all have to stay awake and pay attention. Juror seat number 42?
Next week, the 14th through the 18th, and it's already all paid for.
You're going, I'm sorry?
It's already all paid for.
Okay. So the 14th through the 18th, you said?
Correct, Thursday through Monday.
All right, thank you, sir. In the row behind that on this side, juror seat 53.
Hi, I have a cruise booked for the week of Thanksgiving, and yes, it is already paid for.
So you're talking about the week of Thanksgiving?
Yes, the entire week.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else in that row? All right, this side. Don't worry, I'm going to get to y'all. Juror seat number 32.
Actually.
Oh. Sorry, I saw his placard first. Yes, sir.
The week of October 15th through the 24th, I'm going
up to Ohio. My best friend is getting married, and I'm in the wedding party.
Okay. Juror seat 36, is it?
Yes, it's
Yes,
36.
ma'am.
October 15th through the 21st. It's October 15th through the 21st, and I'm going to Texas in 30 people.
You're going where? I'm sorry?
Texas.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else on this side of the courtroom? The left, my left? Nope. All right. Anybody have child care issues? Juror in seat, I'm going to start with this side, 31.
I have a daughter, she's 12 years old, and I have to drop her off and pick her up from the school.
Is there anyone else who can drop her off and pick her up?
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Someone else raise their paddle. Juror in seat 48.
I have a special needs young man that I'm the primary caregiver for.
I'm sorry, what?
A special needs young man?
Oh, you have a special needs child?
Yes.
Okay. How old?
35.
Live at home?
Yes.
Are you the sole caretaker for
Yes.
him? Is it a him or her? Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am. Anybody else have childcare need issues? Juror in seat number 30. Yes, sir.
I have two nieces that I take to school on Tuesday and Thursday. One of them is 5, and then the other one is 3, and the 3-year-old stays home with me while I work from home all day, and their mother is a field manager those 2 days, and she can't take care of them, so I'm their sole provider care for those 2 days.
And if you're not, if you, like the week that you're going to be on vacation, who's going to take care of them?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
The week that you're going to be on vacation, who would take care of those?
They're actually coming with us.
Okay. So is there anyone else that can take care of the girls?
No.
No? All right. Thank you. Anyone else on this side of the courtroom with a childcare issue? Anyone have medical issues that make it difficult for them to serve as a juror? We do take breaks every hour to hour and a half during the trial, but any medical issues from anyone? Juror in seat number 17. Yes, ma'am.
I got an asthma,
Okay.
and I can stay with the mask without breathe. So I carry the other ones. They give me a little bit air.
Are you having trouble with your asthma right now?
Yes.
Switch your mask out, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sure. Would that prevent you from serving as a juror? Hold on. I need to give back the mic. Sorry.
Yes.
Everyone always wants to get rid of the mic as fast as possible. Does that prevent you from serving as a juror?
Pardon me?
Would you be able to serve as a juror if you're wearing the right mask and you have everything you need for your asthma?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Anyone else have a medical issue?
That's okay.
All right, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. I sympathize with people's work backing up while they're in courtrooms. Mine backs up while I'm in trials. I do. Legally, however, you can't be excused just because of your job. So the question I'm asking you is very specific. Is there anyone who has a project or something that is occurring at work that you are the only person who can do this? Think before you answer me, because if you died tomorrow, would someone be able to do that job for you? Okay? Anybody who's got that problem. All right, juror in seat number 9. Tell me about it.
I work for a equipment repair company, and I'm the only one certified in steel equipment, so that works there. I work on all the steel units that come in.
Okay. And so if you're not there, do they hire somebody to fix it?
It just backs up until I get back.
Okay. All right, thank you. Someone behind you. Juror in seat number 24.
I own and manage a short-term rental property by myself. I have a permit from the city of Orlando to have the short-term rentals, and per the permit, I'm required to be there. I have a guest checking out on the 12th, and I have a new guest checking in on the 13th.
On October 13th?
Yes.
And the 12th? How long is the person checking in on the 13th staying?
The person who's coming next is staying for 71 days.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat number 56. Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. I do service work, and I'm traveling to Chicago on Monday for the whole week. And our team is pretty full right now, so there's really nobody else that can do it.
So when you say you do service work, I need you to be more specific.
I work on equipment, packaging machineries. I go and
And why
install.
are you all going to Chicago?
I'm going to Chicago to do that, yes.
And so if you didn't show up, let's say you became ill and were hospitalized and you didn't show up, what would happen?
It would not get done.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anybody else? All right, any other special issues that someone has that I have not mentioned? Yes, juror in seat number 3.
Your Honor, I spoke with my company on lunch break, and it was determined that I will only be compensated for 2 days and not for up to 3 weeks, and I will not be able to pay my bills without that compensation.
All right, thank you, sir. So, I saw somebody else raised a paddle. Juror in seat 53. I'll be right back with you, sir.
Yes, I closed on a house yesterday,
Uh-huh.
and I have to move to that house so I can sell the first house, and I can't put it on the market if I'm not there. And I
When
need to
is
be
it
able to
that-
sell that house so that I can pay off, otherwise I'll be paying for 2 houses.
When is it that you're supposed to move?
Well, I closed on the house yesterday. It was supposed to be today, but I had it moved to yesterday.
So you're supposed to move this weekend?
Yeah.
Okay, and you have a place to move to, right?
Yeah, I closed on it yesterday.
Okay. So you're moving this weekend and you want to put your other house up for sale?
Yeah, I'm moving, and then once I move, I have to fix up the other house so that I can put it on the market, get it for sale, so that I can get that paid off.
What do you mean by fix up the other house?
I'm replacing the carpet, and doing some painting.
Are you doing it yourself or you're having someone do it?
I'm having someone put in the carpet.
Okay.
A lot of the painting I'm doing myself, and other small
Okay.
projects.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat number 1.
Yes, ma'am. I'm trying to find out how many days my company allows. I'm waiting for clarification.
You've got to speak up, sir.
I'm waiting on clarification from my...
You're waiting to hear from your job about when they're going to pay you?
Yeah, how many days my company allows.
Thank you. Anyone else? Number 9? 9. Which one? Oh, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
I'm currently enrolled in college and am taking courses as well as working full-time.
So you're a part-time student?
Yes, ma'am.
You online or live?
One is online, one is live.
The live class, can you go online to that one?
I can, but she's not very good with computers, and some of the lectures never end up working online. It's
Okay.
designated during the week.
What time is the class?
Tuesdays and Thursdays from 4:30 to 5:45.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if I told you all this. I can't remember already what I told you before lunch, but during the time that you're sequestered, you are going to be able to, students are going to be able to access their courses and what they need after you're done in the courtroom online. Business emails, personally, all of that you will be allowed to access so long as you're not doing anything that has to do with this case. All right, I don't have any more. Yes. Oh, yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I should probably add that my husband passed away this past summer. And so with the other house, a lot of those small projects I'm doing myself because I don't have someone else. So I still have to maintain the yard and the pool and, a lot of the cleaning and stuff that'll have to go on to get that house sold.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, I don't have any other questions for you. Let me chat with the attorneys for just one moment. I'll be right back with you. All right, folks. Hold on one second. All right, folks, I have some additional instructions for you all. I'm going to call you out individually. If you're told to return, these are your instructions, and these are a court order. You are not to talk to anyone about this case. You are not to look up anything about this case. You cannot look at the internet, the news media. Just forget this happened until you come back for individual questioning. You will get further instructions on the day you return for individual questioning. The clerk is going to put a colored dot on your badge. The color is being used for when you call in to verify that you're still coming in. Instead of calling out every juror's number, they say the blue dot group return as directed. There's a slip of paper that tells you the time to return and the date. I'm going to announce it in court also. Some of you are being excused. Everyone, whether you're coming back for more questioning or you're being excused, must report to the jury room before you leave. They have the additional paperwork that you need for your employers to validate your parking if you haven't done that, and some additional instructions for you. So do not leave this courthouse without going through the clerk's office, or the jury services room, please. All right. The juror in seat number 1. Sir, you are returning on Monday at 3 o'clock for further service, or for further questioning. Please find out if your employer is going to pay you or not. Please come on up to where the clerk is standing so she can give you what she needs to give you. Juror in seat number 2, you are returning Monday at 3 o'clock. You're returning to this courtroom, folks. Courtroom on 23. Juror in seat number 3, you're excused with the thanks of the court. Report to the jury room. Juror in seat number 4, you're returning on Monday at 3 o'clock. Juror in seat number 5, you're excused with the thanks of the court. Juror in seat number 6, you're returning on Monday at 3 o'clock. Juror in seat number 7, you are excused with the thanks of the court. Juror in seat number 8, you're excused. Juror in seat number 9, you're excused. Juror in seat number 10, you're returning on Monday at 3 o'clock. Juror in seat number 12, you're returning at Monday at 3 o'clock. Juror in seat number 14, you're returning Monday at 3 o'clock. Again, folks, you are returning to this courtroom. Juror in seat number 15, you're returning Monday at 3 o'clock. Teresa, we're switching to Tuesday. Yes, ma'am. Juror in seat number 16, you are returning Tuesday morning at 9 a.m. Seat number 17, Tuesday morning at 9 a.m., you are returning. This is the yellow dot group for the record. Juror in seat number 21, you are returning on Tuesday at 9 a.m. Juror in seat 22, you are returning on Tuesday at 9 a.m. The jurors in seat 23, 24, and 25, you are excused with the thanks of the court. Juror in seat 26, you are returning on Tuesday at 9 a.m. Juror in seat 27. Am I getting ahead of you, way ahead of you guys? Sorry. Yeah. Juror in seat 27, you're returning on Tuesday at 9 a.m. Juror in seat 28, Tuesday, 9 a.m. Juror in seat 29 was previously excused. Juror in seat 30, you're excused with the thanks of the court. Juror in seat 31 and 32, you're excused with the thanks of the court. Juror in seat 33, you're returning Tuesday at 9 a.m. Leave your paddles on the chairs, folks. "34, 35, 36, and 37, you are excused. "38, you are returning Tuesday at 9 a.m. "39, you are returning Tuesday at 9 a.m. All right, we're switching to 10:30, Teresa. Yes, ma'am. All right, 40, you are returning Tuesday at 10:30. "41, you are returning Tuesday at 10:30. Juror in seat number 42, is your vacation in October or November? Okay. I'm going to bring you back for individual questioning. You're gone next week, right? All right, hold on. Let me give you the date, the correct date. And you're returning what day?
I'll be back on Monday.
All right, so you're going to return on Tuesday, the 19th, for individual questioning at 9 a.m. We're going to give you a special piece of paper for that. October the 19th, Tuesday, 9 a.m. think everyone else in that row's already been excused. While they're getting that ready, juror in seat number 48, you are excused. Juror in seat number 49, you're returning this Tuesday at 10:30. Juror in seat 50, you're returning this Tuesday at 10:30. And juror in seat 52, you're returning this Tuesday at 10:30. Juror in seat 53, you are excused, ma'am. Juror in seat 54, 55, you're excused. 56, you're returning on the 19th also. You're going to come in on the 19th at 9 a.m. Did you hear that one? I changed that one too. October 19th at 9 a.m. for individual. Juror in seat 57, you're returning this Tuesday at 10:30. And 59 and 60, you're returning this Tuesday at 10:30. Okay, that went smoother. All right, we're bringing up the other panel. Attorneys, if you need a break, take it now. I need the parties to take a look at the juror in seat number 30, I believe. Look at the occupation of that juror. She works for FDLE as a senior crime analyst. Is she listed as a witness?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't recognize that name. That doesn't mean that person won't know.
Yeah. So there's another 96 people down there? Oh, dear Lord. We're not going to get through all that. I wonder if I'm going to cause a riot if I tell them to randomly pick 30 people or retain 60 and release everybody else. Have they already pulled the fourth panel? For 3 o'clock. Have they pulled that panel? Tell them to pull that panel and release everyone else. We ain't gonna get through all this people. Are they here? Oh, okay.
Andy's at the door.
Okay. Yeah, there's no reason to hold those people here. Bring them in.
527, 45, all the way in the end. 377, 44. 522. 566. 643. 522. 797. 516. 842. 773. 797. 841, please. 516. 514. You're going to be 840. 563. 773. Okay, 31. 589. 514. Right here, 38 at the end. 793. 563. Okay, 46 all the way to the end. 793. 589. 302. 568. 793. 648. 302. 649. 198. 568. 650. 597. 958. 590. 851 right here. Yep, 590. 597. You're in 52 right here. You're in 51 now. You're 60 all the way in. 890. 890. 2 numbers for me. 890. 259. Okay. 734. 59 is coming to you. Okay? 890. Then you're going to be in 59. 642. 734. 858. 922. Six 42. 807. 642. Okay, then you're 57. 922. 56. 807. We'll be in 55. 607. 854. 558. Right here in 53.
Would everyone please stand, raise your right hand, face the clerk to be sworn and answer out loudly.
All right, thank you, folks. Have a seat. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to jury selection. I'm Judge Marquez. I will be the presiding judge in this case. Sorry it took us a while to get you up here. We're moving a little slower today than I thought we were going to, but we need to take our time with these cases, so please bear with us. As I said, this is jury selection. This is a criminal case. How many of you have been through jury selection before? Yeah, quite a few of you. All right, this jury selection is going to be different than what you're used to, and I'll explain that to you in a minute. But first, let me just go over a few details. Number one, you notice there's a camera in the courtroom. There is media attention in this case. The media will be here throughout the case. Don't worry about it. Just ignore them. They do not film you. They don't publish any information about you. Those paddles that we gave you have your seat numbers. When you're answering questions, raise the paddle so we can see the seat number. It's how we refer to you for two reasons. Number one, it continues to protect your privacy. And number two, it's just easier for us with a group of 60 people to identify someone quickly by their seat number. But I'll remind you of that. Masks are required in the courthouse due to the COVID pandemic, and they're required in all of the courtrooms. I know from having tried wearing one of those masks you have on for a few hours that they are uncomfortable. And I apologize for that. If you're chosen as a juror in this case, you can wear a regular mask. You don't have to wear those masks. During jury selection, we need to be able to see your faces. And that's why you have to wear these masks while you're being asked questions in the courtroom. So just bear with us. As I said, I'm going to explain the whole process in just a minute, but first let me tell you who everyone in the courtroom is and what it is that we do, because we need to know whether or not you know any of us or recognize any of us. I'm Judge Marquez. I am the presiding judge in the case. It's my job to make sure that the law is followed in this case and that the jurors are correctly instructed on the law. I also rule on objections and what evidence is admissible, and in general direct the trial. Is there anyone here who knows me or recognizes me from anywhere? I don't see any paddles. The two ladies in front of me are the court clerks. Their job is to keep track of the evidence and the paperwork during the trial. Is there anyone who knows or recognizes either one of them? Not seeing any paddles. The folks in uniform, members of the Orange County Sheriff's Department, they are here every day at the courthouse, in courtrooms and just around the courthouse, providing security. In the courtrooms, they are the ones that move the jurors around, as you've noticed. They're a liaison between the judge and the jury. If there's any kind of an issue, you tell them and they tell me. Is there anyone here who knows any of these deputies or recognizes them from anywhere? Not seeing any paddles. Lady in the front, the dark hair and the jacket, typing away, that's the court reporter. It's her job to take down every single word that is said in this courtroom. We must have an accurate record of trials. You will make her job so much easier if you will speak up when you're talking and answering questions. Because of the acoustics in this courtroom, we're going to be passing you a microphone so that we can hear you, because otherwise I can't hear you from the back of the courtroom up here. There are two things people hate: public speaking and being handed a microphone to engage in public speaking. I need you to just bear with us and speak up, speak into the microphone so we can hear you. Additionally, I need you to use words when you're answering questions. The court reporter cannot take down you shaking your head yes or no. There's no way to take that down. The other thing that makes literally no sense to us when we read it on a typed piece of paper is I don't know whether you said yes or no, so I need you to use words. Is there anyone here who recognizes the court reporter or knows her from anywhere? I'm not seeing any paddles. To my right, the gentleman representing the state of Florida. Gentlemen, if you'll introduce yourselves and read your witness list, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Williams. We're both deputy assistant city attorneys. Some of the witnesses that we may call in this trial include the following names: Dominique Daniels, Detective Brian Savelli of the Orange County Sheriff's Office, Timothy Stevens, Keisha Bryant, Julia Johnson, Monica Priggen, Patricia Monahan, Sean Williams of the Orlando Police Department, Detective Pete Hayes of the Orlando Police Department, Officer Brandon Thornton of the Orlando Police Department, Captain Joseph Carter, Orange County Sheriff's Office, Antoine Thomas, Peter Patrick, Stacy Monroe, Orlando Police Department, Mike Stanley, Orlando Police Department, Robert Roberts, Orange County Sheriff's Office, Paul Foster, Orlando Police Department, Deputy Chuck Ashworth, Orange County Sheriff's Office, Cleveland Jenkins, United States Marshal Service, Dr. Joshua Stephanie, Office of the Medical Examiner, Chantal Steyer, Orlando Police Department. Detective Shane Overfield, Orlando Police Department. Charlene Dunn. Edward Vanderberg, Orlando Police Department. Gary Crosby, Orlando Police Department. Sean Johnson, Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Andrew Harrison, Orange County Sheriff's Office. Dr. Sarah Zadovich, Office of the Medical Examiner. Karen Livengood, Orlando Police Department. Richard Root, Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Tracy Anderson, Officer Jonathan Hughes, Orlando Police Department. Ronald Stewart, Dr. Michael Gamache, Detective Alan Crudo, Dr. Michael Mayer, Marianne Mitchell, Deputy Rachel Ward, Orange County Sheriff's Office, Dr. Tanya Werner, Todd Erb, Earl Stokes, David Kennard, Howard Kuhn, Orlando Police Department. Theophilus Edwards, Ryan Stribby, Ronald Guerrero, Victoria Washington, Francine Thomas, Tammy Hughes, Dorothy Patterson, Tanya Cowan, Regina Hill, Dr. Robert Buck, Tamara Coker, Jim DePalma, Dr. Emily Lazaro, Rodney Lamont, Dr. Jeffrey Nagan, Dr. Jacqueline Olander, Dr. Greg Pritchard, Tony Rowland, Dr. Joseph Sesta, and Kevin Whitmore.
Thank you. Does anyone know Mr. Williams, Mr. Buxman, or recognize the names of any of the officers, or witnesses, I'm sorry, that were called out? Juror in seat number 30. Yes, ma'am. Hold on. You got to wait for the mic.
I'm familiar with the name from FDLE, Sean Johnson. I'm employed by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Right. Do you think you would be able to be fair and impartial about any testimony that came from that witness? I'm not looking, look, y'all just need to answer the question truthfully. There aren't any wrong or right answers here.
I don't know.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anybody else recognize any of the names? All right. Over here on my left is the defense team. Mr. Lenneman, if you'll introduce everyone and read your witness
One
list.
moment, please, Judge.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have one more? You got to really hold those paddles up, folks, so I can see you.
Number 38.
What seat number are you in, ma'am?
38.
38? Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I only know Regina Hill, but not as a witness.
You just know them personally?
I just know.
Okay. Do you believe that that would make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial?
No.
No? Okay. Thanks. And then 33, ma'am, do you have? Yes, ma'am.
Sí, buenas tardes. Yo no entiendo nada de lo que están diciendo.
All right, she just said she doesn't understand anything. I'll get to that in a minute. Un momento, por favor. Okay. She said it in Spanish. For the record. All right, anybody else? Mr. Lenneman, if you'd proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Terrence Lenneman, and along with Ted Marrero and Kate O'Shea, we represent Markeith Loyd. I'm going to read some names out to you. Patricia Loyd, Dana Loyd, Tanya Loyd, Odell Jones, Barry Jacobs, Kiana Loyd, Damian Moton, Derek Harris, Eric Dorsey, Glenn McCree, Lorraine Harp, Jackie McCree, Jerona Lloyd, Jesse McCree, Shanika Bush, Trinika Hobbs, Tyran Wesley, Pat McKenna, Dan Doski, John Sawicki, Dr. Jethro Toomer, Dr. Marvin Dunn, Dr. Michael Mayer, Dr. Joseph Wu, Dr. Jeffrey Colino, Dr. James Campbell, Dr. William Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Lemon. Does anyone know or recognize Mr.
Oh, one more, Anna Cox. I forgot her.
Who? Anna Cox? you
Yeah.
said? Okay. Does anyone know or recognize Mr. Lenneman, Mr. Marrero, Ms. O'Shea, or any of the witnesses whose names he read out? Jury seat 18. I'll be right with you, 45.
I know Shanika Bush.
I'm sorry?
I know Shanika Bush.
Okay. Ma'am, do you think that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? No? Or yes? Okay, okay. Thank you. And juror in seat 45, was it, that raised your paddle? Yes, sir.
I know Dana Lloyd.
I'm sorry?
I know Dana Lloyd.
Okay. Would that affect your ability to sit as a juror in this case?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. All right, how many jurors, just raise your paddles, don't say anything. How many jurors recognize Mr. Lloyd? Okay, thank you. All right, folks, I'm going to be asking you a series of questions. Well, let me explain first. In this case, Mr. Lloyd has been charged. He's got several counts, but one of the counts is first-degree murder. And if he is convicted of first-degree murder, the state is asking that Mr. Lloyd be sentenced to death. So this is what we call a death penalty case. Therefore, the jury selection process in these cases is done in stages. We start with today. You are the third group I have spoken to. We start with large groups, and then we ask you some basic questions and then break you down into smaller groups. It is important that you follow some basic rules. Rule number 1, please only answer the question that I'm asking you. I understand that many of you may have additional information for me. I will get to that. Not today. There are certain pieces of information I need for today. If you make it through today, you will be returning for 1 day for sure, potentially 2, before a jury is selected in this case. That is how we pick juries in these types of cases. It's extremely important that we seat a jury of folks who can be fair and impartial, so the process takes a little bit longer. Secondly, jurors can make decisions, it's been a long day. Jurors' verdicts have to be based solely and only on the evidence they hear in the courtroom in the presence of everyone, the state, the judge, the defense. There's a reason for that, and it's fundamental fairness is what the reason is. People have a right to know, both sides, the state and the defense, what evidence you are considering in reaching a verdict in a case, and they have a right to challenge that evidence by asking questions, by presenting contradictory evidence if it exists. That is a fundamental concept in our system of justice. When jurors get information from outside the courtroom that nobody else knows about, you are violating everyone's right to a fair and open examination of the evidence. Therefore, I am ordering you not to read anything, listen to anything, or look up anything about this case. You are not to watch news shows about this, read things on the internet, or talk to anyone. Anyone includes your parents, your friends, your coworkers, your spouse, anyone who has an opinion or wants to talk to you about this case. None of that is allowed, and it's not admissible, and it's not fair to the parties in the case who have no idea what you've been told and no way of addressing it. You are ordered to refrain from any conversations or any contact with information about this case outside of this courtroom. That includes talking to each other, by the way, all right? Until you're discharged as jurors or potential jurors in this case. So, for today, I'm going to be telling you a couple of things about the case beyond the fact that it's a death penalty case. Number one, this trial is expected to take 2 to 3 weeks. I give you that broad of a range because I never can predict exactly what's going to happen in the courtroom. I know it's going to take 2 weeks, and it might take up to 3. That means that at the end of that time period, we're going to hand the case over to the jury to reach a verdict. There is no clock on jurors. You can take as much time as you like reaching a verdict. We do not tell you you have this much time. That's not how this works. Because of the publicity in this case, the jury is being sequestered. What that means is you're going to get 2 to 3 weeks at a nice hotel paid for by the state of Florida, and we'll provide all of your meals. Someone's going to make your bed, clean your room. There are some upsides to this, folks. We work from 9:30 to 5:30 to 6 every day, Monday through Friday. We work half days on Saturday from 9 to 1. We do not work on Sundays. That's a free day for you all, but you are at the hotel. During the time that you are at the hotel, your internet access is restricted. However, after you're done here for the day or on Sunday or Saturday, you can do online coursework if you're a student. You can look at work stuff and answer emails. You can communicate with folks as long as you're not talking about or looking at anything that's involved with this case. You can also visit with your family. Arrangements will be made for family members, spouses, children, parents, partners, that sort of thing, for you to see them while you're in sequestration. We don't expect you to go that long without seeing your loved ones. I'll give you more details on all that if you actually end up on the jury. Having said all that, I now have some questions for you. There's a lot of you here, so I'm going to do this in sections so we can keep track. Starting with the jurors in seats 1 through 7, this first row on my left. Does anyone have an employer who does not pay them while they are serving as a juror? Raise your paddles. Juror in seat number 1, we're going to pass you a microphone. All right, ma'am, does your employer pay you?
No.
Okay. Can you pay your bills if you're not getting that money in every week?
I'll be good. I just have, I'm a student, so I am a full-time student, so that's the only thing.
I'm sorry, what?
Full-time student.
Okay.
So that would be an issue. And I would have to attend because attendance is very crucial.
All right. Are you attending online or in person or a combination?
In person.
In person.
4 times a week.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat number 5.
My employer does not pay me.
All right. And if you're not getting paid, can you afford to pay your bills?
No.
All right. Thank you. Juror in seat number 6.
I do not have a job. I'm a full-time student, so.
Okay. Are you full-time right now?
Yes, I am.
You going online or in person?
Both.
Both?
Mm-hmm.
If you were here for 3 weeks, can you keep up with your coursework?
Yeah, I could.
Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am. And juror in seat number 7. Yes, sir.
I just started a new job a few months ago, so I don't have paid time off.
Okay.
More than a few days.
Can you pay your bills if you're not working and
No.
not getting paid?
No.
All right. Thank you, sir. Jurors in seat 8 through 15, anybody in that row? You don't get paid by your employer. Or since they brought it up, you're a full-time student. Nope. All right. Juror in seat number 10, yes.
I have spoken to my jobs about it. I still have not received a response.
Okay, so you don't know yet?
Don't know.
Okay, thank you. Juror in seat 11?
Sí, su señoría, disculpe, pero no entiendo nada de inglés y no sé lo que se está dialogando aquí.
All right, what he said was, Your Honor, I apologize, but I don't understand anything in English. Anybody else? Juror in seat number 13.
Right, I'll get paid for this day, but if it takes 3 weeks, I'll have to submit it like to HR to see if they will pay me.
You'll have to what?
Submit it to HR.
Okay, so if HR decided you weren't, who do you work for?
Debra Pharmaceuticals.
Okay. If HR decided you weren't getting paid, can you pay your bills?
Well, not for 3 weeks.
Okay. Do you know for sure you're not getting paid, or you just,
I don't know.
you don't know?
I talked to my boss this week about this, and he told me that they would pay for 1 day, but then I'll have to submit, if I get chosen.
Okay, thank you, sir. Juror in seat 14, did you raise your paddle?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I did not get paid for jury duty, no.
All right, can you pay your bills?
I could pay my bills, yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right, juror in seat number 2.
You've been mentioning this is going to be probably 3 weeks. I have a vacation and
I'm not there yet, okay? I'll get to that in a minute. I just have to stay on topic. Thank you. All right, jurors from seats 16 through 22, which is the second row on my left. Who doesn't get paid by their employer? Juror in seat 18.
So we get paid, but it's not determined how long they will pay us.
All right, so you're not sure yet? You'd have to check?
Right, like I get paid for today, and if it's more days, it would have to be determined by HR.
Okay, thank you. Can you pay your bills if you're not getting paid?
I could.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, in seat 17, did you raise your paddle?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I will not get paid.
Can
No,
you
I
pay your
can't
bills?
afford to.
I'm sorry?
No, I will not get paid, and I can't afford to pay my bills.
All right, thank you. I think the juror in seat 22, you have your paddle raised.
I don't get paid, but I'll be good with bills.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
I'm a full-time student, so I won't be able to attend for the 3 weeks.
Can you make up the 3 weeks?
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, jurors in seats 23 through 30. Anyone who doesn't get paid or is a full-time student? No. All right. Jurors in seats 31 through 37. All right. Seat 34.
I'm self-employed.
Okay, what kind of work do you do?
I'm an online teacher.
You're an online teacher?
Yes.
Do you do that, is that a set schedule that you have, or you do it when you can?
I do it when I can. It's flexible 1099 work.
Okay. If you weren't able to do it except after court, would you be able to make enough money to pay your bills?
No.
Okay, thank you. Someone else raised their paddle in that row. I don't know who it is. Yes, ma'am, you don't speak English, right?
Yes, continúo con la misma inquietud. No entiendo
It's
nada
okay,
de lo
ma'am.
que
I
está
understand you don't understand me, okay? Juror in seat number 37.
I don't get paid for today, and I wouldn't be able to afford my bills unless I work.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. Jurors in seat 38 through 45. Anybody who doesn't get paid. All right, juror in seat 38.
I don't get paid and I won't be able to pay my bills.
All right. Who else? Juror in seat 39.
Yes, I won't get paid, but I can make ends meet.
Okay, when you say you can make ends meet, is that going to be a struggle or you're comfortable?
No.
Okay, all right, thank you. And juror in seat number 44.
Up to 10 days.
You get paid 10 days? All right, so say the trial ran 3 weeks, which would be about 21 days. Can you afford to lose that income? I'm sorry, what? Okay. Thank you. All right, jurors in seats 46 through 52. Anybody who doesn't get paid? Anyone's a full-time student? I don't see any paddles. Jurors in seats 53 through 60. Anyone who doesn't get paid? All right, 53?
I'm not sure if they would pay me for 3 weeks, but I can pay my bills.
I can't hear you, ma'am. I'm sorry, what?
I said I'm not sure if they would pay me
You don't
for
know?
3
Okay.
weeks, but I can pay my bills.
All right, thank you. Juror in seat 54?
No, I'm not getting paid and I won't be able to afford it.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody I missed? Any full-time students I missed? All right. Now, I know juror in seat number 2 is going to answer this one already. Anyone who has a paid vacation that is already set and already paid for. Juror in seat number 2. Hold on, they're going to get you a mic.
Yes, I'm going the 21st. I'm going for 1 week to New Jersey.
Have you already bought the plane tickets?
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir. Juror in seat 18.
I leave on the 20th and won't be back until the 27th.
20th to the 27th of October?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
It's okay, everybody does it. Have you already paid for the trip?
I have.
Okay, thank you. Juror in seat 32?
I have a out-of-town obligation from the 22nd. Yes.
When you say it's an obligation, is that work-related?
It is not, ma'am.
Okay. Have you already paid for the trip?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Juror right behind you at 47. Well, congratulations, that's a happy event.
Thank you.
So you're flying out October 22nd for your daughter's wedding? All right, thank you, ma'am. To New York City? Oh, that's going to be an expensive wedding. Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am. Anybody else on this side? All right, juror in seat 24.
I have 2 different trips planned already, one for the 14th and 15th, the other for of this month, and the other for the 20th through the 23rd of this month.
And are those pleasure or work-related?
They are personal and they are already paid for.
And they're always what?
They are already paid for.
Okay, thank you. 29.
I actually have a personal trip planned tonight. I leave town and I come back Tuesday.
Okay, I can accommodate that, but what time are you supposed to leave tonight?
7:30.
Is that a flight?
Yes.
You're going to make that flight.
Yes,
I want you to
am.
stop stressing, okay?
Thank you.
Once you get in the courtroom, it's not that long, but I have to get you in here first. All right, juror in seat number 30. Yes, ma'am.
I have a paid vacation to out of state from the 23rd to the 30th.
Okay, thank you. 38? 38?
Your Honor, I'll be moving from one apartment to another one on October 31st.
You're moving on Halloween?
I have no choice.
Oh. All right, thank you, ma'am. 39.
Yes, I have a family reunion plan from the 23rd to the 29th. It's already been paid for.
Is that October or November? All right, thank you, ma'am. 60.
Yes, I have a trip planned from to the 24th.
I didn't hear the first date.
October 21st to the 24th.
Okay. Has it already been paid for?
Yeah, the lodging's paid for, yes.
All right, thank you, sir. Anybody I missed? Oh, juror in seat 58.
Hi, I have a trip planned October 29th to November 1st, but it has not been paid for yet.
Okay, is that for fun or work?
Personal.
All right. Thank you, sir. Anybody else? All right, anyone who has child care issues? Juror in seat number 10? Tell me about it.
I have 2 children, and I do not have any immediate families that can pick them up from school. My wife and I, we alternate, but I'm the only one that picks them up when she's at work.
So if you're not there to pick them up, can she pick them up?
No, she's working.
Okay. Juror in seat 15?
Yes, I have a little guy who I take to school every morning. He rides with me. He would ride a school bus, but he comes with me because I teach that he also attends.
Okay. How old's the little guy?
11.
Okay. And if you weren't there, who would do it?
Him, I don't really have anyone that can take him. I have someone that can pick him up, just not take him to school.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. 56?
I have 2 kids I take to school and pick up every day.
What are their ages, sir?
12 and 17.
12 and 17?
Yes.
Okay. And if you weren't there, who would pick them up?
I have no one.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you just said. What?
I have no one. It's just me.
Okay. Does the 17-year-old drive?
Not yet.
Probably a smart move on your part.
Working on it.
Anybody else who has child care issues? All right. I sympathize, believe me, I sympathize, as we all do actually, with work backing up while you're in trials. It can be stressful, it can be worrying. It's not a legal reason for me to excuse you from jury duty. So listen carefully to the question that I am asking you. Does anyone have a work obligation that you are the only person who can do it that would prevent you from serving as a juror in this case? Juror in seat 34. Is this other than the fact that you're self-employed, sir?
No, basically, if I don't work, I don't get paid, and there are financial penalties also.
Okay. Thanks. Anybody else? All right, juror in seat number 10.
I'm the only diversion specialist for the entire county for Osceola County.
What is it you do for them?
I'm a diversion specialist where child protective investigators contact me for different resources with dealing with child abuse.
So when you're not there, who does it for you?
They may contact the supervisor.
Okay. You work for Golf Course Post? Yeah. Anybody else? Juror in seat number 47. Oh, I'm sorry, hold on. Without a mic, we can't
I'm
hear.
sorry. I work for a financial institution, and there's only 3 of us in the team. Right now, there's only 1 of us in the office today because my other colleague's husband had a triple bypass, so she's out. I stood out today, leaving only 1 behind, Next week, the other one's scheduled to be off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, so I have to be in the office.
What happens if you're not?
No one's getting the work done, and they're gonna make us. Unfortunately, the position I do is not it's not an hourly position, it's a salary position, so somebody has to do it, regardless if I have to work around the clock late at night. But somebody needs to be on the computer because it is an international. We work around globally with clients around the world. So we already had it prepped that she's taking vacation most of the next week, so I can be off the following week for my daughter's wedding.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
So we gotta be backing each other up. You know, both of us cannot be out at the same time.
Thank you, ma'am.
No problem.
Anybody else? All right, anyone have a medical issue that makes it difficult for them to sit as a juror? We do take breaks every hour to hour and a half. Juror in seat 31.
I got hurt, my knee is hurting.
Ma'am, I can't hear you.
Right now
I'm
even.
sorry. What?
I have a knee problem.
You have knee problems?
Yes.
All right. Does that make it hard for you to sit for long periods?
Yes, please.
You've now been sitting for about 30 minutes. How are you doing?
I just took the, medicine. Painkiller for that.
Okay. Does the medicine affect your ability to concentrate?
I don't know.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. The gentleman behind you, the juror in seat number 46.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I've got 2 appointments coming up with the VA. They're service-connected disabilities. One of them happens to be for a blood disorder, and I have sleep clinics scheduled for the first week of November.
The first week in what? November?
November, yes, ma'am. For sleep apnea.
If you had to reschedule those appointments with the VA, how long would it take?
The sleep study has been scheduled since the end of August.
Okay.
The specialist, I could probably squeeze in a 30-day period.
All right. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry. Can you pass the mic back to him? Just pass the mic back to seat 47, please, or 46. That can't be right. You have to be seat 47, is that correct? No, you're 46 and you're 47? All right, I'll go along with that. Sir, your sleep disorder, does it cause you to fall asleep unexpectedly?
No, ma'am. Just, I'm not going to say unexpectedly, but during some idle times, I get drowsy and sometimes start nodding off.
Okay. So if you're sitting for a long time listening to testimony and that, do you think you can stay awake or are you going to have trouble staying awake?
To be honest with you, ma'am, I couldn't answer that one right now. I haven't had, most of my activities are up and about during the day, and I haven't really sat around.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Anybody else have a medical issue? Seat 42.
I have slight hearing loss, and I'm having a little bit of difficult time even hearing some of the questions that you've been asking.
Okay. We have a hearing aid. Would you like to try using that?
I don't have a hearing aid.
No, we have one for you. Hold on.
I missed the chocolate question. Thank you. Okay.
How's that?
Oh, yeah, perfect. Maybe I should get hearing aids, I guess.
Well, I can't give you that one, but I can loan it to you while you're in the courtroom.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Anybody else have any medical issues? Seat number 50?
I have an overreactive blood, and sometimes I have to go to the bathroom a little bit more.
Sir, I can't hear you. I'm sorry. What?
Closer to your mouth. I have an overreactive bladder. Sometimes I got to go to the bathroom a little
Okay.
more frequent.
Like I said, we take breaks every hour to hour and a half during trials. Is that sufficient for you?
Yes, sometimes it is, and sometimes it just.
All right. If at any point you need to go to the restroom, let me know. All right?
Okay, thanks.
All right, does anyone have any reason that it would be hard for them to sit on this panel that I haven't asked you, that I haven't thought of? Juror seat number 46.
Ma'am, for lack of better terms, I'm going to call this trivial, but my wife hits a milestone with her retirement on the 27th of October.
That's not trivial. That is a milestone. All right, so you were planning on celebrating that, or just staying home with her, or what?
Well, she works over in Tampa, and that's where her ceremony is going to be held at on the 27th.
All right, thank you, sir. Juror in seat 16, was it? Yeah, 16.
I'm opposed to the death penalty.
We're not talking about that right now, but we'll get to that. Thank you. Remember when I said I'm only going to ask you specific questions? We'll get to that one, sir. All right. Juror in seat 38.
Due to my religion, I don't believe I'll be able to be a juror.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Can you pass it down, please?
Hold on. Juror in seat 45.
Judge, I don't know if you're going to get to this, but I've known the Loyd family.
I'll get to that.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. I've made a note, sir. Thank you. Juror in seat 22.
I don't know when the trial is going to start if I were to be picked, but I do have a child that I will be watching, a 12-year-old, from after school Monday for the whole week. I'll have her overnight all week.
Talking about next week?
Yes.
Okay. Juror in seat 14.
Yes, I'm not sure if it's considered significant, but I do have a wedding that I was planning to go on. It's here in Orlando, but I promised to go, but that's just my only obligation.
What day is the wedding?
It's on the 24th.
Are you in the wedding party?
I mean, I'm attending as a guest, but I don't
Okay.
know how serious that would be.
Thank you. Number 10.
I didn't recognize any of the names that was mentioned earlier, but my jobs, I do come in contact with law enforcement. I don't recognize all the names, but they are required to. Most of our cases that comes with law enforcement as mandated reporters, so it's impossible for me to recognize any of the names, but I do work with law enforcement as well.
Okay. Do you work with them only in Osceola County, or do you also work with them in Orange?
Where there are times there's cases in Orange County that gets transferred if the family moves around from different, because we're dealing with high-risk cases, so it all depends.
Thank you. Anybody else we missed? Juror in seat 53. I can't hear you. I literally cannot hear a word you're saying.
I said, I'm
There you
kind of scared of catching COVID.
What?
Scared of catching COVID.
You're scared of catching COVID?
Yeah.
All right. Ma'am, this courthouse is under some fairly strict safety protocols for COVID. These courtrooms are sanitized all the time. They're sanitized every night. The jury room is sanitized every night. As you know, masks are mandatory in this courthouse. Knowing all of that, are you still concerned about COVID?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, anybody else have any issues? All right, I don't have any other questions for you folks. Does anybody need to take a break? All right, why don't you guys step out into the hallway and take a break? Let me talk to the lawyers, and I'll, juror in seat number 40, did you have something you wanted to say? No, you're just getting ready for that break. All right. Leave your paddles on the seats. Do not talk about this case with each other. All right, I'll call you back in the courtroom in a few minutes. She may not be able. Yeah, as soon as I bring them back, when I bring them back in, I'm going to do the selection. So yeah, go ahead and call them so that they can come on it. All right, this way none of us has to listen to the white noise. In jurors 1 through 7, juror number 1 is a full-time student and expressed concern about being here. Any objections from state? Defense?
No, Your Honor. May we remain seated for this?
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Marrero, did you say something?
No objection, Your Honor.
Oh, okay, thanks. Juror in seat number 2 says he has a vacation plan from October 21st to the 28th. State?
No objection.
Defense?
No objection.
Juror in seat number 5 can't pay his bills. Any objections from state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
Juror in seat number 6 is a full-time student, but she indicated that she did not indicate she wanted to be let out of the jury.
She's a patriot, though.
She didn't say that, but all right. Mr. Marrero, since you're doing the objections, you fine with her? She didn't say she wanted out. She's a full-time
No,
student.
she didn't. I mean,
Okay, so I'm going to leave her in.
yeah, we can leave her in.
Juror in seat number 7 can't pay bills. State?
No objection.
Defense?
No objection.
All right, juror in seat number 10 doesn't know whether he gets paid, but he's got child care issues. Defense?
I don't have any objection to him being stricken.
No objection.
Okay. Juror in seat number 11 can't understand a word of English. Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
No, Your Honor.
Juror in seat 13 can't pay bills, but doesn't really know whether or not they get paid. You want me to bring them back for individual and instruct them to find out? Okay.
We can't judge her. We can let him out now. I mean, it's up to you.
I'm fine with bringing them back. No, but I'll give them instructions to make sure they know.
Okay.
Juror in seat number 14 can't pay bills. Any objections?
Judge, my notes indicate that he's not paid, but he could pay.
Oh, he can pay his bills. You're right.
Right.
I can't read my own handwriting. He's the one that has a wedding on the 24th. State? What?
In Orlando. Where he's not in the wedding plan.
I'm just bringing it all up. Everybody good with leaving him on?
We don't believe
Yeah,
it.
I'd leave them on.
I don't disagree. All right. Number 15 raised a child care issue, 11-year-old son. She takes him to school.
Judge, my understanding is you're going to start at 9:30.
Yeah.
I would think that.
She's sequestered.
Good point.
I know where you were going with that, Mr. Williams. Let me stop you right now.
No objection.
All right.
No objection. Your Honor.
Thanks. Juror in seat number 16, he's the gentleman, I'm going to bring him back for individual questioning on the death penalty. All right.
Okay.
Juror in seat number 17, can't pay his bills. Any objection? It's a her, sorry.
No, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Juror 18, let's see, vacation October 20th to the 27th, doesn't know if the employer pays her, and knows Shamika Bush.
No objection to releasing the bill.
No objection.
Okay. Juror in seat 19, 20, and 21, I don't see any issues. 22 is a full-time student. She said it would be a problem. That alone, by statute, lets her out.
21 as well.
Is it 21?
Right.
It seemed to me I was making a wrong note. Okay, so 21 is the full-time student. So any objections?
No, Your Honor.
No objection.
Okay. 22 has an after-school issue next week, which is not a problem. She says she doesn't get paid, but she was okay with bills, so I'm bringing her back for individual, unless I hear some objections. All right. 24 has vacations October 20th through the 23rd and 14th through the 15th. The 14th through the 15th is not a problem. 20 through 23 might be. State?
No objection to releasing the bill.
No objection, Judge.
Okay. Next one I show is 30. That's a can't be fair FDLE employee defense. You moving for cause? Yeah.
Move
Okay.
to strike for cause.
State. All right. 31, the lady with the knee problems who takes medicine, but she doesn't know whether the medicine affects her ability
We
to.
would move. I watched her walk in with a lot of difficulty.
Yeah, no objection, Judge.
Okay. I'll strike her. Juror 30, in seat 32, vacation October 22nd to the 30th. Defense?
We'd move for cause.
You good? State?
No objection to releasing the bill.
Okay. 33, can't speak any English.
Right.
I'm releasing her.
No objection.
No objection.
34, can't pay his bills. He's self-employed.
Right.
No objection.
No objection.
37, can't pay bills.
No objection.
All right.
No objection.
38, can't pay her bills.
No objection.
She gave us other things, but that's the specific one I'm finding, is can't pay her bills.
No objection to number
All right.
38.
39, vacation October 23rd to 29th, and she can pay her bills. So based on the vacation, defense?
No objection.
No objection, Judge.
All right. 44, paid 10 days, but she said she was fine with being here, so
Right.
I'm not releasing her. 45, knows the entire Loyd family, doesn't feel he can be fair. State?
They would move for cause.
Defense?
Judge, could we maybe bring Mr. Francis back and inquire a little bit more about that? I mean, he kind of danced around it, but
I don't think he danced around it. He said, I know the entire Loyd family. I don't think I can do this, but I'll bring him back. I'll let you ask him some questions.
thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Juror in seat 46. He's got the 2 medical appointments, the October 27th retirement ceremony for his wife. State?
No, Judge, we're not going to move on that
Okay? Pence?
I'm sorry, did he say
I'll
we're not
bring,
going to move?
state's not, doesn't want to strike
We
him.
would,
so-
I think, he's going to be 70 on November 2nd.
Yeah,
So that
that's-
would make him ineligible at that time, I believe.
He's got to bring it up. He hasn't. I can't strike him because of his age. So I'll bring him back for individual. We'll see how he does. 47, she's got her daughter's wedding in New York City. Any objection, state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. The gentleman in seat 50 who's got the bladder issue, I'm inclined to bring him back. He seems to be doing okay, but you can come on in and get the
Yeah, no, we wouldn't move.
state. You good with bringing him back?
No motion.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror in seat 53 doesn't know if her employer will pay her, can't pay her bills if they don't, and she's scared of catching COVID. State?
We move on COVID grounds.
Defense?
No objection.
All right. Number is seat 53. Seat 54 can't pay bills.
No objection.
No objection from the state.
All right. Seat 56 has the 12 and 17-year-olds that he's responsible for something about school, either picking up or dropping off or both. I
He's
don't.
sequestered, so he can't do it. So
That's a good point,
that's
Mr.
right.
Williams.
no objection.
That is a solid point on your part. Any objections from defense?
No objection.
No? Okay. Seat 58, he doesn't get paid, and, oh, I'm sorry, he has a vacation that isn't paid for, so I'm inclined to bring him back for individual voir dire.
Always prepaid.
That's- And seat number 60, he's out of vacation from October 21st to the 24th. Defense?
We'd move for cost.
I'm sorry, what?
Yes, Judge, we'd move for cost.
No
State?
objection.
All right. All right, so bring in juror in seat number 45, please. I'm going to let you ask him questions about his connection to the Loyd family. And if they can start pulling the other panel, please. Getting the other panel ready to come up. It's juror number 527. Sir, come on up here to the front. We just have a couple more questions for you, all right? And can you tell me a little bit more about how long you've known the Loyd family?
Probably since I was maybe 17 or 18. I'm 48 now.
Okay, do you socialize with any of them?
I see Dana every now and then, and my best friend had a baby with Dana, so I've known Dana since we were teenagers.
Do you know Mr. Loyd himself, Markeith Loyd, the defendant in this case?
Yeah.
Okay. Given that relationship that you have with the family, look, jurors have to come into this case, number one, presuming Mr. Loyd is innocent. Number two, the state has to prove he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And number three, you have to keep an open mind, be able to listen to all the testimony and the evidence, and then reach a verdict based on the law as I give it to you. You decide the facts as a juror. I tell you what the law is. You apply facts to law and reach a verdict.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you can do that?
I do, but it would be hard.
Okay.
Personally, it'd be hard.
So if at the end of the whole case, you thought that the state had proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Loyd was guilty, could you render that verdict?
I could.
All right. And if, having decided he was guilty, you then have to go to the penalty phase to vote on either a life sentence or a death sentence, Could you keep an open mind as to both sentences and follow the law on that?
I can't say that right now, Judge. I can't say that right now.
Okay. State you wish to inquire?
Yes. We appreciate honesty, sir. What about,
Mr. Williams, do you have your microphone
I
on?
don't, but I'll talk loud if that's okay.
Okay, yeah. 'Cause-
I don't have it on.
Yeah, because I'm having trouble hearing you, so.
You said you can't say that, and you were specifically answering questions about a potential death. What prevents you from saying that on that aspect, so you have some belief you can't have guilt? Thank you.
I do it. I know right from wrong, but it would pain me to do that. It would pain me to, even though I have the facts and I have everything in front of me, it would pain me to do that, to be honest, and it would pain me.
Would that relationship that you have with the family enter your mind or be a part of your thought process while you were deliberating on potential things?
Yeah, I think it would.
You think it would be hard to set that aside?
Yeah, I think it would.
That's all the question I have. Thank you, sir.
On behalf of defense, who wants to ask questions?
No questions.
No questions.
All right, thank you so much, sir. If you can step back out in the hallway. All right, state as to the juror in seat number 45,
State moves for cause, Your Honor.
defense. All right, he's struck. Was that the only one we needed to talk to? All right. I can't hear you, Mr. Lenneman. What?
I just have two things to bring up briefly. Mr. Loyd had asked me to revisit my previous objection on the jurors being sequestered. I filed a motion, you denied it.
Can we do that after this panel?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'll give you time to do all of these things, just not right now. I got people waiting downstairs. All right. Bring them all back in again. We're gonna get ready to do this. You're gonna hit when, well, yeah, we're gonna finish yellow. I gave you green. Yeah, that one's mine. Quit touching my stuff. I don't think I have enough. I think I have enough to fill up Tuesday, so we may need green. So you may want to take a look at it. Okay, I think you did because I gave it to you. What? Oh, yeah. You got everybody? All right, welcome back, folks. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to call you one by one, and I'm either going to release you with our thanks for serving today, or I'm going to tell you to come back. If I tell you to come back, please pull your badge out of that plastic wrapper. See this lady right here with the nice mask and the smile that you can't see behind her mask? She's going to have a colored dot for you. The colors are just because when you call into the jury number we're going to give you, it identifies jurors as yellow dots, green dots. We can't call all these numbers, so we just identify you by a group. You're going to be given a specific date and time to return for individual voir dire. During that time, between now and when you return, you are not to look up anything about this case. You are not to discuss this case with anyone. Just tell everyone that you can't talk about it. Stay off the internet about this case. Stay off Facebook, social media. We monitor all of that during these jury selections to make sure people are following the rules. Remember what I told you about being fundamentally fair to both sides. And don't talk to each other about this. Everyone, whether you are released or you're coming back, you need to report to the jury room before you leave the courthouse. They're going to give you a document for your employer or your school or whoever you need, and they're going to give you some additional instructions. So don't leave without going to the jury room. You can keep the mask. They're our gift to you. All right. Jurors in seats number 1 and 2, you're excused with the thanks of the court. You can go. As soon as I excuse you, you're free to go. Juror in seat number 3, you are returning on Tuesday, next Tuesday at 10:30 to this courtroom for individual voir dire. Take your badges out just so that this process moves a little quicker. Juror in seat number 4, you are returning on Tuesday to this courtroom at 10:30. Juror in seat number 5, you're excused with the thanks of the court. Juror in seat number 6, you're returning on Tuesday at 10:30 to this courtroom. Those of you returning are getting an additional letter to show your employers. And that completes the 10:30 slots. Juror in seat number 7, you're excused. Thank you, sir. Juror in seat number 8, you're returning at 1:30 on Tuesday. Juror in seat number 9, you're returning at 1:30 on Tuesday. Jurors in seats 10 and 11, you are excused. Thank you very much. You're free to go. Juror in seat number 12 and 13, well, 12, you're returning on Tuesday at 1:30. Yes. Because? Hold on. Hold on.
I was just texting my manager, I only get paid for today. And on top of that, if I take 3 weeks off, I'm going to lose my job.
When were you talking to your manager?
I was just talking to him in the bathroom.
State.
No objection.
Defense. All right, sir, you're excused. Juror in seat number 13, you're coming back Tuesday at 1:30, but I need you to talk to your office and find out whether you get paid or not before you come back. All right. Yep. Juror in seat 14, you're coming back Tuesday at 1:30. Juror in seat 15, you're excused. Juror in seat 16, you're coming back Tuesday at 1:30. Pull your badges out so that this goes faster, folks. Jurors in seats 17 and 18, you are excused. Thank you. Juror in seat 19, you're returning at 1:30 on Tuesday. Juror in seat 20, you're returning at 1:30 on Tuesday. Juror in seat 21, you are excused. Thank you. Juror in seat 22, you're returning at 1:30 on Tuesday. Juror in seat 23, you are returning at 1:30 on Tuesday. Juror in seat 24, you're excused. Thank you. Jurors, all right, folks, I'm going to call out 5 folks in a row. You need to pull your badges out. Jurors in seat 25. Well, no, actually, I'm going to call 25. You're returning at 1:30 on Tuesday. Seats 26, 27, 28, and 29, you're returning at 3 o'clock on Tuesdays. Yes, what can I help you with? I can't hear you without a mic. I can't hear you without a mic. Hold on.
I won't be able to come.
Can't hear a thing you're saying. What?
I won't be able to come because of the same problem that the guy in front of me had. I will get fired from work if I don't go.
How do you know that? Did you
Because-
talk to someone at your office?
No, I just know that I won't be able to come.
State.
We won't move it this time.
Okay. Defend? Sir, you need to talk to your office. You need to be here on Tuesday at 3 o'clock and bring me something from your office saying that you'd lose your job if you weren't going to be here.
Well,
All right, thank you. Seat 28, 29, have they already been given their badges? Yes. Seat number 30, you're excused. Thank you. No problem. Only the mask is a gift, folks. Leave the paddle behind. All right, 30's excused, 31, 32, 33, and 34. You're all excused. Thank you very much. Seat number 35, you know what that means. You're coming back Tuesday at 3 o'clock. Seat number 36, you're returning Tuesday at 3 o'clock. Seats number 37, 38, and 39, you are excused. Thank you very much. Seat number 40, 41, 42, 43, and 44, you're all coming back. Yeah. At 3 o'clock on Tuesday. 40, 41, 42, 43. 3 o'clock on Tuesday. All right, moving on to Wednesday. All right, seat number 44, you're returning Wednesday at 9 a.m. 9 o'clock Wednesday. We're now green, yeah. Seat 45, you are excused with the thanks of the court. Seat 46, you're returning at 9 o'clock on Wednesday. That's not your doctor's day, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Seat number 47, you're excused. Seats number 48, 49, 50, 51, and 52, you're all coming back Wednesday at 9 a.m. I'm sorry? Yes, 48, 49, 50, 51, and 52. Seat. Everybody really likes these paddles. They keep trying to steal them. All right. Seats 53 and 54, you are excused. Thank you. Seat 55, you're returning Wednesday at 9. Seat 56, you're excused. Seats 57, 58, and 59, you're returning Wednesday at, I'm sorry. Seats 57 and 58, you are returning Wednesday at 9. And seat number 59, you're returning Wednesday at 10:30. Seat number 60, you're excused. Thank you. 59 is coming back at 10:30 on Wednesday. All right, stretch, take a break. We've got the last. Our jurors are here. Let's try and get these folks out of here.
You ready, Clark? Yep. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When I call your number, please come forward. In the meantime, I need all electronics completely turned off. That includes cell phones, smartwatches, iPads, laptops, any other connection to the outside world. 386.
Come on down.
614. 914. 671. 671. 941. 880. 740. 880. 740. 720. Take your head off, please. 950. 658. 780. 321. 321. 759.
You okay? Jean, you okay?
667. Coming. 888. 711. 599. 726. 515. 706. 611. 905. 511. 754. 815. 564. 564. 308. 882. 529. 806. 917. 760. 812. 769. 518. 518. Okay. 840. 1 down. 931. 939. 605. 605. Okay. If they're way back there, move them down for me, please. 657. 567. 656. 112. 763. 956. 763. 588. 956. 47. 738. 588. 48. 584. 738. 41. 584. That might be on this one. 584. 50-50. 501. 717. 501. 51. 553. 717. 636. 553. 60 all the way down. 538. 636. 59. 538. 528. 538. 58. 757. 528. 57. 557. 459. 757. Okay, you're gonna use 56. Okay, 56. 526. 583. 459. Okay, you're gonna use 55. 526. And 54. Claire, would you grab Title 50 for me, please? Can you give her off for me, please? 583, you're in your 60. Put a chair in the middle there for me. C50 will be right here.
All right, no worries.
C, right there. Everyone please stand, raise your right hand.
You can do it seated, sir.
Swear that
Have a seat, folks. Good afternoon. Welcome to jury selection. I'm Judge Marquez. I know you guys have had a long afternoon. We've had a long day here today. I appreciate your patience. We'll try and get you out of here as soon as possible today. You're here for jury selection. This is a criminal case that is being picked. How many of you have gone through jury selection before? Okay. This is going to be different than what you normally experienced, and I'll explain to you why in just a minute. Let me go over a few preliminary matters with you. First of all, there is media in the courtroom, and there will be media present throughout this case. Folks, it's nothing for you to worry about. You can just ignore them. The media here is very good about not filming jurors, not publishing any details about you all, personal details. We've given you all paddles with numbers on them. Those numbers correspond to your seat numbers, and that's how we're going to refer to you. We do that to preserve your privacy, and because, frankly, it's much easier for us to identify who's speaking using seat numbers. So when you are answering a question, please raise your paddles so that we can see the number on them so that we know which juror is answering. As you can see, everyone is wearing a mask. Masks are mandatory in the Orange County Courthouse, and they will be mandatory throughout this trial. The masks that you all are wearing, these clear ones, I'm sure you're thinking that we went out and found the single most uncomfortable mask we could find and asked you to put them on. You are incorrect. Those are not the most uncomfortable clear mask. I was one of the judges who had to pick them, and those are the least uncomfortable clear mask, which doesn't mean that they're not horrible to wear, and I know that, and I appreciate it, folks. You only have to wear them when you're being asked questions so that we can see your face. We need to be able to see your face when you're talking to us. If you're chosen as a juror in this case, you'll be able to wear your own regular mask throughout those proceedings. So these only have to be worn during questioning. And like I said before, we really do appreciate your time and your patience today. Before I go into any more details about the case itself or this process of jury selection, let me explain to you who everyone in the courtroom is and what it is that we do, and find out if you know or recognize anyone in these proceedings. As I said, I'm Judge Marquez. I am the presiding judge in the case. It's my job to make sure the law is followed and that the jury is correctly instructed on the law. I do things like rule on the objections during trial, rule on what evidence is admissible. I give you all the jury instructions, which are the law that you're required to follow as jurors. Is there anyone here who knows me or recognizes me? If you do, raise your paddles. I don't see any paddles. The two ladies in front of me are from the clerk's office, the clerk of court's office. They keep track of all the evidence and the paperwork that's generated during the trial. Is there anyone here who knows either one of these two ladies or recognizes them? Seat 57, I bet I know why you know them. We're going to hand you all a mic. We're going to hand you a mic so we can hear you because the acoustics in this courtroom are not very good.
I work at the courthouse.
Yes, I know. You work at the clerk's office. So
Yes.
All right, do you think that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
No.
All right, thank you. Anybody else?
Yeah.
Seat number 13, you recognize these two ladies? Okay, hold on, we'll give you a mic. You can tell me how you know them.
I'm an attorney, and I've practiced in Orange County for
Okay.
10 plus years.
So you had interactions with them?
Yeah, I don't know them personally, but I do recognize them.
Do you think anything about being a lawyer, being in the courtrooms here in Orange County would affect your ability, or having interactions with them would affect your ability to be fair and impartial?
No, my interactions with them wouldn't affect my judgment.
And can I assume that you know other people in this courtroom?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is your answer the same as to that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you know the two state attorneys?
Not personally, but I recognize them.
What about the defense lawyers?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? 36? You two are very popular today.
Just familiarity. I recognize them from different votings.
Okay. Would that affect your ability to be fair and impartial?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. That was the juror in seat 36, right? Yeah, okay. Anybody else? All right. Folks in the green uniforms, well, actually, folks in uniforms. They're all members of the Orange County Sheriff's Department. They're here, they're court security. They're here every day in the courtrooms and in the courthouse providing security, but they also are the folks that bring you in and out of the courtroom. If you have an issue, you tell them and they tell me. They work with the jurors. Is there anyone here who recognizes or knows any of these deputies? Nope. Okay. I don't see any paddles. The lady in the front with the long hair and the dark jacket who's typing is our court reporter. The court reporter is taking down every word that is said in this courtroom. We must have an accurate record of what is said during trials, and it's her job to make sure we do. You are going to make her life so much easier if you will do several things for us. Number one, no one likes public speaking. Well, most people don't, and no one likes a microphone in front of their face. Unfortunately, you're going to have both of those today. You need to speak up so she can hear you. She can't take down what she can't hear. And secondly, you need to use words when you're answering questions. Court reporters cannot take down you shaking your head yes or no. There's no way to record that. And the following phrases, which all of us use, and don't make any sense when you see them typed on a sheet of paper. You can't tell whether it's a yes or no. That's what I mean by using words. We'll remind you if you forget. Is there anyone here who knows our court reporter or recognizes her? Not seeing any paddles. All right. To my right are the two gentlemen representing the state of Florida. If you'd introduce yourselves and read your witness list, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Williams. I'm the Department of the Prosecuting State of Florida. Some of the witnesses that we may call, including this case, throughout the course of the trial, their names are as follows: Dominique Daniels, Detective Brian Sabella, Warren County Sheriff's Office; Timothy Stevens, Takesha Bryant, Julia Johnson, Monica Pridgen, Patricia Monahan, Sean Williams with the Orlando Police Department, Detective Pete Hayes with the Orlando Police Department, Officer Brandon Thornton with the Orlando Police Department, Antoine Thomas, Peter Patrick, Stacy Monroe, Orlando Police Department, Detective Mike Stanley, Orlando Police Department, Robert Roberts, Orange County Sheriff's Office, Paul Crawford, Orlando Police Department, Deputy Chuck Ashworth, Orange County Sheriff's Office, Cleveland Jenkins, United States Marshal Service, Dr. Joshua Stephanie, Office of the Medical Examiner, Chantel Stiles, Orlando Police Department, Karen Livengood, Orlando Police Department, Detective Shane Overfield, Orlando Police Department, Darlene Dunn, Edward Vanderberg, Orlando Police Department, Gary Crosby, Orlando Police Department, Sean Johnson, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Andrew Harrison, Orange County Sheriff's Office, Dr. Sarah Zidovich, Office of the Medical Examiner, Richard Ruth, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Tracy Anderson, Officer Jonathan Hughes, Orlando Police Department, Ronald Stewart, Dr. Michael Gamache, Officer Adam Crudo, Dr. Michael Mayer, M-A-H-E-R, Marianne Mitchell, Deputy Rachel Ward, Dr. Tanya Werner, Todd Erb, Earl Phillips, David Kennard, Howard Kuhn, Orlando Police Department, Theophilus Edwards, Ryan Goody, Ronald Guerrero, Victoria Washington, Francine Thomas, Tammy Hughes, Dorothy Patterson, Tanya Allen, Regina Hill, Dr. Robert Buck, Tamara Coker, Jim DePalma, Rodney Lamont, Dr. Emily Lazaro, Dr. Jeffrey Megan, Dr. Jacqueline Olander, Dr. Greg Pritchard, Tony Rowland, Dr. Joseph Sesta, and Kevin Whitmore.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Does anyone know or recognize Mr. Buxman, Mr. Williams, or any of the witnesses whose names were read out? I see no paddles. All right, to my right is the defense team. Mr. Lenneman. I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir. Juror in seat number 13.
I recognize Regina Hill as,
Okay. How well do you know her?
only met her in passing a couple of times.
All right. Do you think that would influence your ability to be fair and impartial?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Who? 40.
Yeah, I know Regina Hill too. Just by name, it wouldn't affect me.
All right. Do you think that would influence you in any way as a juror?
No.
All right. Thank you, sir. Anybody else? All right. Mr. Lenneman.
Good afternoon. My name is Terrence Lenneman, and along with Ted Marrero and Kate O'Shea, we represent Markeith Loyd. I'm going to read the list of witnesses.
Sure.
Patricia Loyd, Dana Loyd, Tanya Loyd, Odell Jones, Barry Jacobs, Tiana Loyd, Damian Moten, Derek Harris, Eric Dorsey, Glenn McCree, Lorraine Harp, Jackie McCree, Jorana Lloyd, Jesse McCree, Shanika Bush, Fernika Hobbs, Tyrone Wesley, Pat McKenna, Dan Doski, John Sawicki, Anna Cox, Dr. Jethro Toomer, Dr. Marvin Dunn, Dr. Michael Mayer, Dr. Joseph Wu, Dr. Jeffrey Colino, Dr. James Campbell, Dr. William Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Lenneman. Does anyone recognize Mr. Lenneman, Ms. O'Shea, or Mr. Marrero? Yes, ma'am. Juror in seat number 7.
You talk about the gentleman who was just speaking?
Yes, that's Mr. Lenneman.
Yeah, he's on TV all the time
Okay.
because of this. Because
All right,
of this.
don't say anything more about that,
Okay.
all right? Is that the only way you recognize him?
Yeah.
Having seen him on television, have you formed any opinion about him? Don't tell me what it is. Just tell me, let me put it this way. Would it influence you in being fair and impartial as a juror?
Him?
Him, yeah.
No,
All
I
right,
don't think
just-
so.
All right, thank you. All right, without saying anything, if you recognize Mr. Loyd, raise your paddles. All right, thank you. You can put them down. All right, folks. Let me get into a little bit more about jury selection today. Yes, sir. I'm sorry? I did, but I'll ask again. Does anyone recognize the witnesses, any of the names of the witnesses that Mr. Lenneman read? Juror in seat 54. Yes, sir.
Was one of them Derek Harris?
Yes. How do you know?
If it's the person that I think I know, I used to work with a Derek Harris.
Okay. Is there anything about that interaction that would affect your ability to sit as a juror in this case?
I would say no.
Okay. And where did you work with him?
It was at a music store down on Colonial.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Anybody else? All right, let me tell you a little bit about the process and about this case. In this case, Mr. Loyd has a number of charges. One of them is first-degree murder. And if Mr. Loyd is convicted of first-degree murder, if he's convicted of first-degree murder, the state of Florida is asking that he be sentenced to death, which makes this what we call a death penalty case. Jury selection in these cases is done in stages. Today, you're the last group I've talked to 4 groups your size. These groups are being broken down into smaller groups based on the answers today. Some folks are coming back, and they're breaking down into smaller groups for individual questioning on a series of topics. It is critically important that you answer only the questions I am asking you today. Please do not volunteer any information other than what I'm asking you. I realize that a lot of you may have other things that you want to tell me. You will get that opportunity, just not today, all right? The other thing I'm going to do right now is this. I am ordering you not to look at any media, look at the internet, read anything about this case, talk to your friends, your neighbors, your coworkers, allow anyone to talk to you about it. You are to have no discussions about this case and no outside information about this case until and if you are discharged as a juror. There is a very good reason for that, and it is one of the fundamental principles of our criminal justice system. Jurors have to reach verdicts based only on the evidence they hear in a courtroom. The reason for that is just fundamental fairness to both sides, the state and the defense. We have trials so people can present evidence, and that evidence and that testimony is evidence, but testimony and evidence, both sides get to hear it. People have a right to hear the evidence that's being used against them, and they have a right to challenge it. So if you're going out reading stories or talking to your friends or listening to somebody who has an opinion, you are basing your verdict on something that nobody in the courtroom knows you're using and hasn't had any chance to discuss or dispute. And in this country, we consider that to be fundamentally unfair, and it will cause a mistrial. Do not get any information about this case outside of this courtroom, and that includes talking to each other, all right? So, today, I'm going to be asking you some preliminary questions. There's a large group here, so I'm going to do this one row at a time so we can all keep track of this. And remember, just hold your paddles up for me, please. Starting with jurors 1 through 7. It's this side of the courtroom, front row. My left. Is there anyone in the 7 of you whose employer does not pay them? Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to tell you about the trial itself. I'm sorry, folks. I've been at this since 9 o'clock this morning. I'm just burned out. This is a 2 to 3 week trial, all right? And by that I mean at the end of that period of time, we're going to hand the case over to the jury for the jury to reach a verdict. There is no clock on a jury to reach a verdict. We do not tell you you have this much time or this many days or this many hours. We don't give you any limits. It's up to you how long it takes you to reach a verdict. But handing the case to the jury is going to take somewhere between 2 to 3 weeks. I don't have a crystal ball. I can't tell you exactly, but I can tell you that that's a pretty good estimate. Because of the publicity in this case, the jury is being sequestered. Sequestration sounds horrible, but it's not that bad. What happens when you're sequestered is we put you up in a nice hotel. You're not allowed to watch the news. You're not allowed to watch TV or any of that. Well, the news. You can watch TV. Someone's going to provide you 3 meals a day. Someone's going to clean up your room, make your bed for you. And when you're not in the courtroom, you're free to use computers if you're a student for, coursework, for work, business emails, business work you need to do. You can communicate through emails with family and friends, so long as you are not doing anything or anyone is trying to talk to you about this case. And we work from 9:30 to 5:30, Monday through Friday. Sometimes we'll stay till 6 if there's a witness on the stand. And Saturdays we work from 9 to 1 because the jury is sequestered. We try to move the trial along. We do not work on Sundays. You will be able to see family, and by that I mean children, spouses, partners, immediate family, during the time that you are sequestered. Having told you all that, jurors 1 through 7, is there anyone in that group whose employer does not pay you for jury duty? Raise your paddles. Just the first row. All right, juror number 4. You don't get paid at all?
I'm not a regular type of job. I have a small baby I watch, but she has someone else she can use if needed. But
Okay.
she obviously doesn't pay if I don't work, so.
All right. So let's say you had to go 3 weeks without working. Are you able to pay your bills and meet your obligations?
Oh, yes, it would not be a hardship. I do it
You're good?
for
Okay. All right.
the
thank
joy
you.
of it.
Juror seat number 5. Same questions to you.
I'm not sure.
You're not sure whether you get paid?
Yeah,
Okay. Is that something you can find out?
yes.
All right, thank you. And juror in seat number 7.
Yes, I'm retired. I have a pet sitting business, and I have a regular client whose job, she works for the state and has to travel. So her job depends on me being able to take care of her animals while she's gone.
All right, is there anyone that can take over for you if you're on this jury?
No, I'm the only one. It's my little business, and I don't have employees or anything, so.
All right, do you need that income, ma'am, to make ends, do you need that income to make ends meet?
It's a supplemental income. I do use it to buy groceries and stuff.
Okay. Thank you. Jurors 8 through 15, anybody whose employer does not pay them. All right, juror number 9. Yes, ma'am.
I'm a retired person.
You're a retired what?
I'm a retired.
Okay, so not a problem for you then, right? Your income's not affected by being here.
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Juror 13.
Self-employed.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to speak up.
Self-employed, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you have any employees?
I do.
How many do you have?
14?
All right. If you aren't there, can they do the work they need to do?
From a financial perspective, or?
Yeah.
From financial perspective, yes.
Okay. What's the issue?
I have travel booked to go see clients for the next, I have Wednesday, Thursday next week, I'm traveling. The following week, Monday through Wednesday. So it's the 13th and 14th, and the 15th I have a family vacation.
And how long's your vacation?
Just for the weekend, but then the 18th through the 20th, I'm in Texas for a client as well.
And if you don't go on those business trips, can you send someone else?
I cannot.
Okay. Can you reschedule them?
No, ma'am.
I'm sorry?
No, Your Honor, I cannot.
All right, thank you. Juror number 14, does your employer pay you?
No, I'm unemployed.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm unemployed.
Okay. Are you looking for a job, or are you?
Not at the moment.
So you would be fine with serving for 3 weeks?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, jurors in seats 16 through 22, anyone whose employer does not pay them if they're on jury duty. Juror numbers in seat number 16. Yes, sir.
I'm self-employed, Your Honor.
Okay, do you have any employees?
I do not.
Can you pay your bills if you're not working?
No.
Okay, thank you, sir. Who else, anybody else in that row? Juror in seat number 21. Yes, sir. It depends on what angle you hold that mic, whether it works.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Fortunate to be a stay-at-home dad right now. It wouldn't be a financial responsibility or hardship for us. The only hardship would be with my kids.
Okay, is there someone who can take care of, how old are the kids?
I have one in
7th and 12th, I think is what you told me.
Yes,
Okay. Who would take care of them if you weren't there?
no one. They would be free to do whatever they want.
That is a truly frightening thought, sir. Thank you. All right, anybody else in that row? Jurors in seat 23 to 30, anyone whose employer does not pay them. Juror number 23, yes, sir.
Self-employed.
I'm
I
sorry?
am self-employed.
You're self-employed?
Yes.
All right, do you have any employees?
Yes.
But
Yes, ma'am.
can they do the job without you? Are you okay, sir? Are you okay, sir? In juror seat in 15, do you need a break? Go ahead. All right, seat number 23. Can your employees do the work without you?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you still be able to make money if you were in the courtroom?
No,
Why not?
because it's a barber shop, so I have to be there to make money.
Okay, so if you're not actually cutting hair and doing barber stuff, you can't get paid?
No.
Can you pay your bills?
If I don't work, no.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're in seat number 24. I believe you raised your hand, your paddle? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm a nurse.
Okay?
I'm not there.
Your voice faded. I'm a nurse and something. What?
The hospital will not pay me.
All right. Can you afford to not get paid for 3 weeks?
Excuse me?
Can you afford to not get paid for 3 weeks?
No.
Thank you. I think the gentleman next to you, 25, did you raise your paddle? No. Anybody else in that row? All right, what seat are you? 26. All right, yes, ma'am.
So I actually put my 2 weeks into my employer now, so I'm not sure if it'll roll into my new job. So I'm not sure what will happen.
When are you supposed to start your new job?
October 25th.
Is that something you can find out about?
Yeah, I can ask.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anybody else in that row? Seat number 29 and number 30. So 29 first. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, Your Honor. I'm a nurse myself, but I'm not sure if. Okay.
Can you check?
I check.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And you're in seat number 30?
Yes. I work for a temp agency, and I know they're not going to pay for it.
All right, if you don't work for 3 weeks, can you pay your bills?
No, no way.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, jurors in seat, did I get everyone in that room? Jurors in seat 31 through 37. Anybody whose employer does not pay them? All right, 37, go ahead.
I work at the hospital, and if I don't show up, I don't get paid.
Can you afford to go without pay for 3 weeks?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. 35,
I'm an auto mechanic, and if I don't wrench, I don't make money.
okay. Can you afford to go through?
No, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. Jurors in seat 38 through 45. Number 38, yes, ma'am?
I'm self-employed, but I'm in sales, so I'm commission-based. I do have employees underneath me, but nobody that would be able to take over, and it would put my company in great stress if I was gone for 3 weeks.
Can you pay your bills if you don't make any money for 3 weeks?
It would be beyond my bills. It would be my company I'm worried about.
Is it your company?
It's my company, correct.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Juror in seat number 39. Right, 39, you raised your paddle, right?
Yes,
sir.
ma'am.
Go ahead.
Yes, I work an hourly job, and I'm already behind on my bills.
All right, thank you, sir. Thanks. 40, did you raise your paddle? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm currently in between jobs. I'm unemployed, and yeah, I'm actively looking for work, so it would affect. I have bills, so it would affect my livelihood.
Okay, thank you, sir. Who else raised their paddles? 41? Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I also do work as a nurse, and I'm the single employed taking care of a disabled wife. So for 3 weeks, I would not be able to afford the bills.
All right, thank you, sir. 42, did you raise yours? No. Who's next? 44. Yes, sir.
So I work a hourly job, so I can't really afford to go off for 3 weeks. And I don't know if they're going to pay me or not, so.
I can't hear you. What?
I don't know if they're going to pay me.
All right, can you find out?
I could, but I have bills to pay too, so it's like, I can't really afford to miss 3 weeks of work.
Well, if they're going to pay you for the 3 weeks of work, that wouldn't affect you, right?
I think so.
Did you just tell me that you don't know if they're going to pay you?
I don't know, man.
Okay, so I need you to find out if they're going to pay you.
Okay.
All right? Anybody else? Juror in seat 45. Yes.
Yes, I don't get paid from my employer, and if I miss work, I won't be able to pay the bills, and I have 3 small children at my house that I can't leave by themselves overnight.
All right, thank you, sir. Jurors in seat 46 through 52, anyone whose employer does not pay them? All right, juror 52? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm self-employed, my own company, no employees, and I can work from my electronic devices.
So you'd be okay?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Juror in seat 51, yes, sir.
One of them is project-based, and I don't know if they're going to pay, and the other one is a small business that I won't be able to make means that if I don't complete the orders I have.
All right, so let's say just the small business didn't pay you. Will you be able to pay your bills?
Excuse me?
Will you be able to pay your bills if just one job didn't pay you?
No.
Okay, thank you, sir. And there's someone towards the end of the row, I think 40, who? 48, yes, ma'am.
My employee doesn't pay me.
Ma'am, I can't hear a word you're saying. What?
I work at Wendy's.
You work at Wendy's?
Yeah.
All right, so if you don't work, they don't pay you.
Yeah.
Can you pay your bills if
Yes.
you don't work?
Yeah.
You can or you can't?
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 47.
I'm self-employed, so my employer does not pay me.
So you're not going to pay yourself if you're not working?
Well, I'm strictly commissioned, so I would never
Okay.
make it.
Can you pay your bills if you're not working?
Absolutely not.
All right, thank you, ma'am. And anybody else in that row? All right, jurors in seat 53 to 60. Oh, I'm sorry, juror 28, yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. I work at a hospital. If I do not show up, they will not pay me. I am willing to speak to my manager to see what they can do about it.
Okay.
And I was thinking that it might be a little bit difficult for them to work something out with me because some people are out because of COVID and they hire new people and they don't know how to do the job too good. And if I'm able to get back to somebody about what I should do, I would like to do that.
All right, thank you, sir. I've made a note of that. I
Thank you, Your
appreciate
Honor.
it. All right, so jurors 53 through 60, anyone whose employer does not pay them. 53?
I'm not quite sure because for today, I was told if I bring a letter, they can pay me, but I'm not sure for 3 weeks.
Okay.
If they will be willing.
All right, can you find that out?
I can find
All
out.
right, thank you, ma'am. 54?
I'm not sure about long-term with my job, but I do also get supplemental income in the form of student loans, but that's also determined on my attendance to one of my classes, and it would affect me financially if I ended up failing the class for not attending.
Are you part-time or full-time student?
I am part-time.
Are you online or live or both?
I am both.
Okay. Can you do the coursework online after we're done for the day in the courtroom?
For one of the classes, no, I wish, but for one of them, it's mandatory attendance.
All right, thank you. Anyone else in that row? Juror in seat 59. Yes, sir.
Also, also self-employed.
Okay. Any employees?
I have 2 independent contractors, so they're not direct employees, but it's a landscape company, so we manage several accounts on a weekly basis. So that would create too much of an interruption for me. It wouldn't be able to accomplish our service, wouldn't be able to perform for our customers.
So it would affect your income?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you pay your bills?
I guess I could survive, but it'd be pretty stressful.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else that I missed? Juror in seat 20. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm an adjunct instructor, a math instructor. Missing 3 weeks, I teach face-to-face. So missing 3 weeks will be a lot. And I also teach at a nursing school, so missing 3 weeks would be a
I'm
whole
having
lot.
trouble hearing you, ma'am. What? You're an instructor and what?
An adjunct instructor, math instructor.
Okay.
So missing 3 weeks, I teach face-to-face classes. So missing 3 weeks is a lot. And I also teach at a nursing school,
Are you getting paid even if you're not teaching?
and not for the adjunct position, and
If
not
you're
sure if my other job will pay me for that.
If you're not getting paid for the adjunct position, can you pay your bills?
No, that's why I have an adjunct
Thank you.
position.
Juror in seat number 3.
I'm currently unemployed. I'm a college student, but I'm full-time in college.
You're a full-time student?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Are you online or in person?
Both.
Can you do your coursework after you're done in court if you were on the jury?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So do you believe you could serve as a juror?
I'm not sure because my classes I go into school is mandatory, so I would have to email my professor.
Okay, so you need to talk to your professor.
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Anybody else? All right, does anyone have vacations already planned and paid for? Look at y'all, all going off on vacation, having a good old time. All right, let me do this one row at a time. Juror in seat number 1.
Yes.
Yes, sir. When are you scheduled to go?
I'm scheduled to go to Bethesda, Maryland on, I leave Thursday and return on Monday. This upcoming.
Thursday?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, this coming Thursday.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, next week. And everything's already paid for?
Everything's paid for.
All right, thank you, sir. Anybody else in that row? All right, juror in seat number 8.
Yes, 40th wedding anniversary trip with our 5 children and 5 grandchildren, and it's been planned for 40 years.
Where are you going?
We're going to the Miramar Beach.
Oh, how nice.
But our
When
kids
are
are
you
coming
going?
from all over the country, so.
When are you going?
We're leaving on the 17th.
October 17th?
Yes.
And how long are you going to be gone?
Like 8 days.
All right. Well, ma'am, happy anniversary.
Thank you. They said it would never last.
How about that? Anybody else in that row? All right, hold your paddle up, I need to know.
November 5th.
All right, you're juror number 11. November 5th, how long?
Until the 8th.
Until the 8th? And is everything already paid for?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Anybody else in that row? All right, how about the row behind that one? Jury seat number 29. 23, you were slow, so 29 beat you with the paddle. But go ahead, 23.
I have to go to Tampa next week.
For a day.
And the rest of the month because I got the major league players, so I had to got the Tampa Bay Rays guys.
For how long?
They are in playoff, so they start yesterday, so it's going to be through November. At the end of the month, I had to go to Miami.
So this is all business related?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Juror in seat number 29. Yes, ma'am. So this is for your 25th anniversary. Your husband's taking you to Hawaii? Nice husband. All right. Okay. All right, ma'am. Happy anniversary to you. All right. Juror in seat number 25.
We're including the months of November as well, right?
Yes, October, November. Yeah.
Okay. On Halloween and the day after, I will not be in town. I'll be in Gainesville in a hotel with some friends. And then in November, I'll be in Tampa from 12th to the 15th, and that is all paid for as well.
The one in Tampa, is that vacation or work? Just
Vacation.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. Anybody else in that row? What about the row behind them? Third row, seat number 43. I haven't forgotten this side of the courtroom. I'll be back to y'all in a minute.
Hello. Yes, I have 2 weddings coming up. One of them is October 21st to the 25th in Michigan. Everything's purchased. My husband's in the wedding. And then the second one is the first weekend in November, which is down south in Florida.
Did you say that the one in Michigan that you're in the wedding?
My husband's in the wedding.
Your husband is, all right. And the one that's, the other one that you said is November what?
It's the first weekend of November, whatever those dates are.
And are you in that wedding?
No.
Where is it?
In Naples.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Anybody else in that row? What about the last row on the right side of the courtroom? My right. Juror in seat number 57?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm going to Buffalo, New York to visit my family. And I believe it's October 27th through Halloween, which is Sunday, the 31st.
You already paid for the tickets?
Yes.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Everybody on this side, anybody I missed? All right, on my left, you're in seat 51. Where are you going?
October 14th to 18th, it's here, but it's a bachelor party and everything's paid for.
You have a 4-day bachelor party to attend?
Yes.
This does not sound like it's going to
sister's.
end well, sir. All right, but it's here.
It's here, yeah.
Okay. Juror 52, are you on vacation?
Just one weekend at Camp La Noche.
When's that?
I'm sorry?
When is that?
I believe it's the 22nd, the weekend of the 22nd.
October?
Yes.
Has that all been paid for? All right, thank you. Anybody else in that row? All right, in the next row, juror in seat 31. Yes, ma'am.
I have a retreat with my staff coming up this coming Sunday through Wednesday, the 10th through the 13th. And then my dad, who's going through chemotherapy, is expecting me out to help him in Colorado on October 31st through November 7th.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else in that row? Juror in seat number 36. 36 is behind.
Yes, Your Honor. I do have a couple of days that I'm going to be in Orlando, but they're going to be for events. One's going to be the Run Disney Marathon and a couple of appointments that I've already paid for.
When you say appointments that you've paid for, what are you talking about?
One of them is going to be a tattoo artist that I put the deposit down for.
Okay. Can you change that appointment?
I can ask, but I don't think so because he is busy.
Okay. Do you lose the money if you change the appointment?
I believe it's non-refundable.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else in that room? All right, juror in seat, wait, 37, because he's right there.
The weekend of the 22nd for a bachelor party. And
October or November?
October, excuse me.
Okay.
And October 31st weekend, I will be in Gainesville area in a hotel with friends.
All right, thank you. Juror in seat number 17, yes, ma'am.
Going to Asheville, October 20th to 25th.
Have you paid for it already?
Yes.
All right, anybody I missed? 18.
Going to someplace north, I don't know exactly where it is, the 28th through the 31st, and we already paid for the Airbnb.
Okay.
Little town called Seaside or something.
Seaside, Florida?
Yeah.
Okay. Number 19, yes, sir?
Yeah, I have a cruise scheduled the 25th through the 30th of October.
All right, sir. Thank you. Anybody else? Any other vacations? All right. Anyone have any problems with English, having difficulty understanding what's being said in the courtroom? I'm not seeing any paddles. Nope. You can't hear? Hold on. We have a solution for you. And that is juror number, in seat number 32. Can you hear me, ma'am? Okay. Do you need anything repeated? What would you like repeated? What? All right. Do you have difficulty understanding English? We're passing a microphone to you. Hold on one second. Yes, ma'am?
Yeah, my name is Faida. I do have a problem with English. I'm learning with my kids, my husband. I'm doing my best, but still I have some...
You're doing very well, but do you think you would have trouble keeping up with the trial?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry.
No problem. Anybody else? All right, I don't see any other paddles. All right. I have enormous sympathy, as does everyone in this courtroom, for people getting backed up in their work when they're sitting in trials. I understand that work is work and folks need to do their jobs. However, legally, I can't excuse you from jury duty just because you have a job and you feel like you need to be there. So listen to the question that I'm asking you, which is this: is there anyone who has a project at work that you're the only person that can do it, and it would make it impossible for you to serve? As in, if you died, no one would be able to do the project. And everyone's paddles go down. All right. Anybody want to take a stab at that? All right, juror in seat number 7. Yes, ma'am. Well, you already told me about the dogs.
Yeah.
All right, you've told me about that
the pets,
already.
Yeah, and if I'll lose her as a client too.
I understand that, ma'am. I've already taken notes on that.
Okay.
Anybody else? Juror in seat number 16.
Your Honor, as I mentioned before, I'm self-employed with no employees. While I'm sure that my clients would find somebody else if I died, and I'm sure I wouldn't care much either way. But obviously the work I do is dependent exclusively on me. And,
I made notes about all that, sir. Y'all don't have to tell me what you've already told me. This is something new. You've already told me you can't pay your bills if you're here for 3 weeks.
correct.
Okay, I wrote that down.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so I'm asking you a new question beyond that. There's some special project, something going on. All right, does anybody have childcare issues? All right, juror in seat number 31.
Thirty-one or 35?
I called 31, so, yeah. Let me talk to her first, then I'll talk to you, sir. All right, go ahead, ma'am.
I do have 2 teenagers at home.
How old are they?
They're 13 and 16.
You a single parent?
I'm not single care. I am married, but my husband does work as well.
Okay. Does he work at night?
He does not work at night.
So would he be able to take, I'm not saying it would be, he would want to do it, but would he be able to take care of the kids if you were in a hotel sequestered? Okay. All right. Thank you,
yes.
ma'am. 35, you wanted to say something?
Yes, ma'am. I'm the single parent of a 17-year-old, and also I take care of my 78-year-old mother. I'm her caregiver.
How old's your mom?
78.
Does she live with you?
She does.
All right. Thank you, sir. Juror number 20.
I'm a single parent of a 14-year-old.
Is there anyone that can, is it a he or she?
It's a he.
Is there anyone that can take care of him?
Oh, it's just 2 of us.
There's just the 2 of you? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else on this side? 22? Yes, sir?
I have shared custody of my daughter, full 50%. Her mom wouldn't have an issue watching her. My only concern would be Halloween and the day leading up to it. That's my only concern with child, because I have her this year for Halloween. That's it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. How old is she?
She's 5.
Well, that's a great age for Halloween. I
Yes,
understand why
yes,
you're
ma'am.
concerned. Anybody else on this side? All right, on this side, anybody have any daycare issues, childcare issues? All right, juror in seat 23.
Yes, ma'am. I have 4 kids. 3 stay living with me, and I am the supporter.
Okay, thank you. Someone else in that row raised their hand, or someone in this area. Well, 53's got hers up. All right. 27.
Yeah, Your Honor, I got 2 grandkids that I watch every day after school because my daughter can't do it.
And how old are they?
11 and 12, boys and girls.
And who's going to watch them if you're on a jury?
They are by themselves right now.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anybody else? I know juror, hold on, 22. Juror 42.
Yes, Your Honor. I have a 2-year-old. I work from home. My husband works full-time during the day. So to be in attendance, I won't have anyone to watch my 2-year-old along with my 11-year-old and 16-year-old for 3 weeks.
So you have a 2-year-old, an 11-year-old, and a 16-year-old?
That's correct.
Bless your heart. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 45.
Yes, Your Honor. My children are 12, 9, and 5, and my wife works overnights, and there would be nobody at home with them. And my 12-year-old, he's autistic.
All right. Thank you, sir. Anybody else with child care issues on this side of the courtroom? 53?
I have 3 kids, one 14-year-old and a 4-year-old and a 2.
Okay.
And right now my mom's helping me, but I don't know if she'll be able to help me.
Are you a single parent?
No, but my husband not with me.
Okay. So your mom's helping?
She is. She live with me.
How long has she been living with you?
over past 5 years.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else? All right. Does anyone have any issue that I have not? I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I want to just go back and just let you guys know that it wouldn't stop me from serving in any way, shape, or form. My daughter would actually understand after this is all over and I was able to talk to her because we have lengthy discussions about things, and she would understand when I explained to her it was my civic duty.
Okay.
So I just wanted to clear that up. I'm sorry.
All right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Anybody else? All right. Does anyone have any issue that I haven't thought of to ask you? And again, folks, I don't want to talk about the case itself. I'm talking about work, some personal issue that I haven't thought of that would make it difficult for you to serve as a juror. Seat number 5. Let me start at the front row here. Yes,
I
sir.
provide my mom transport to and from work.
What?
I provide my mom transport to and from work.
Oh, you take your mom to and from work?
Yes.
And if you weren't there, how would she get to work?
My dad, he usually work earlier than her, so
What?
he'll be gone. My dad usually work earlier than her, so he should be gone before her. But
So your dad maybe could take her?
I'm not sure about that because he leaves
Okay.
earlier.
Thank you. Juror in seat 49. Yes, sir. Or yes, ma'am, sorry. Yeah.
I have a surgery upcoming,
What day?
the 18th.
Of October?
Yes,
Outpatient or inpatient?
outpatient,
What's the recovery time?
3 months.
Would it prevent you from sitting as a juror?
Yes.
Okay. Juror in seat number 36.
I have an internship that's coming up later in November. I'm not sure if the case will be over by then, but it starts on the 23rd, and it's going to last for about 4 months over in Tampa.
Okay, thank you. 47, I can see your paddle. 37, yes.
I have pet care issues. I have a dog at home. I'm the only one that can take care of her because she bites everyone else.
All right, thank you, sir. 34 needs to talk to me. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I have my son's first musical play on November 11th.
Your son's what?
Musical play.
Oh, musical play.
Yeah.
Is he singing or playing an instrument?
He's singing.
How old is he?
6.
So cute at that age. And you said it's November 6th? All right, thank you, ma'am. I saw some other paddles. 47's been trying to get my attention for a bit. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor. I have temporarily moved in with my 85-year-old mother to assist her.
So you take care of your mom?
I do, not full-time. She doesn't need full-time, but we're looking for somewhere to put her, and we don't have a place right now.
Okay. 51?
I have my mom living with me, and I'm the only one with a vehicle. So without me there, she wouldn't have any way to get groceries or anything.
So it's just you and your mom?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. 26, 28, 26. I can't hear you. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
I do have the same problem with 2 reactive dogs at home. That is very hard to find people to watch them.
Okay, thank you. 28.
Thank you again, Your Honor. In regards to my job, every time I show up, I work directly with COVID patients every day, no exemptions. And I was wondering if that could be a problem since some people do not show up symptoms, but they can still infect someone. And we're all in a room, and I don't know if that will be a problem over here.
All right, thank you, sir.
You're welcome, Your Honor.
Hi, Your Honor. I have an echocardiogram that I have to have
I don't know who's talking. Is it 29? Oh, okay, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I have an annually echocardiogram that I have to go before my vacation. That's going to be on the 18th. And it's kind of like difficult to reschedule.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. The issue that I have is just regarding to the English language. I know good enough to understand the lawyer's term that they are going to use in this case. That's the only thing that I can say regarding
Have
to
you
that.
understood everything we've been saying so far?
So far, yes, but
Okay.
they usually some term that I are not familiar with, and maybe
You're
that's
talking
going
about
to cause
legal
me some
terms?
issues.
Yeah, legal terms, those are explained to everyone, sir. All right, who's talking now? 42, yes, ma'am.
As far as projects and events on October 23rd, I do have an event that is already covered for regarding my 16-year-old.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, folks, I don't have any other questions for you. Why don't you guys take a break? Let me talk to the attorneys. When we call you back in, we'll be done once I call you back in. So why don't y'all step out of the courtroom for a minute? Yeah, leave your paddles on your seats. Don't talk about this case. Hold on. Okay. Are you guys ready? I need to stand up, so just. The juror in seat number 1 was indicating he has a I forgot to write down the dates, but it's next week. Does anybody write down the dates?
October 14th through the 18th.
So he can come back.
Yes.
The 14th is Thursday, so this works out great. Because he's coming back Wednesday. All right, number 2, I didn't see any issues with. Speak up if you think there's an issue, folks.
No, Your Honor.
Number 3, Ms. Murray, you got to put your mask on in the courtroom.
Oh, sorry.
No problem. Number 3 is a full-time student. State.
I'm trying to remember whether there was a note about.
Can't hear you without that
I'm
mic.
trying to remember if there was a note that she said she didn't want to be here. I don't remember writing that down.
Yeah, she may be the one, Ms. Murray.
Yeah,
was
the
gonna
only thing I
talk to
put
her
down was that
professor.
she had mandatory class.
She's got a mandatory class, but she was going to talk to her professor, so
Right.
I'll bring her back Wednesday and see what her answer is. Number 4 were no issues. Number 5, not sure if he gets paid and he drives his mom to work. You guys want me to bring him back? Or not?
Yes.
Defense is
fine.
saying yes. All right, 6 is fine. 7,
We moved for cause, pet business, and she really wants to say something bad about Mr. Vernon, and apparently she recognizes on TV.
I agree, Judge. Well, she said her pay was supplemental,
All right.
uses it to buy groceries. I
I'll
was like,
strike her.
okay, that's-
I have some concerns about what she might say, so I'm going to strike her. Juror in seat number 8 has a vacation the 17th to the 18th. Which
25th.
would be, I think they'd be okay, because that's just Monday,
She said 17th through the 25th, Your Honor,
25th? Oops, all right.
for 8 days, yeah.
Oh, okay. So,
Yeah, we'd strike for cause.
state, any objections to the cause?
No, Your Honor.
9 is fine, 10 is fine. 11 has a vacation November 5th through the 8th. State,
We move.
defense.
No objection.
12 is fine. 13, self-employed, has a bunch of travel scheduled.
He's assuming that the Rays are going to win that series, which I don't assume.
No, that's
but-
not the Rays guy, that's
No.
23.
Oh, sorry. Oh, he's the lawyer, Mr.
You're a
Mr.
Red
Buck's
Sox
right.
fan, too?
We
Yeah.
would move for cause.
On number 13, seat
13.
number 13, Mr. Marrero,
No objection.
we'll get to his Red Sox, or his Rays problem in a minute. Seat number 14, no problem.
No
Seat
problem.
number 15, he's the gentleman that got up and had to leave the courtroom real suddenly.
But he
But other
never-
than that, he said nothing the entire time we were here, so
Not a word.
you guys want me to bring him back?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Seat number 16, can't pay bills.
Move for cause.
No objection.
Seat number 17 is going to Asheville from the 20th to the 25th.
Move for cause.
No objection.
Number 18 is going to Seaside, Florida from October 28th to the 31st.
Move for cause.
No objection.
Number 19 has a cruise from the 25th to the 30th.
Move for cause.
No objection.
Number 20 can't pay his bills, single parent of a 14-year-old.
Move for cause.
No objection.
21 has a 12 and 17-year-old at home, alone and
12 and 7,
unsupervised.
yeah. Move for cause.
No objection.
22 is the guy who's willing to serve, so I'm going to leave him on. 23 is the gentleman who thinks the Rays are going to finish the entire series and
Yeah,
make it
that's
all the
right.
way to the World Series based on his answer. The court makes no comment on that. Anybody moving for cause?
No
He also
Rays.
said he can't pay his bills.
He's got 4 kids, but that didn't come up in the travel situation.
Yeah,
But I, understanding
He said he can't pay his bills.
his statement, move for cause.
All right.
No objection.
24 can't pay his bills.
Move for cause.
No objection.
25 has some kind of party in somewhere on October 31st and November 1st. I can't read my own handwriting.
Then, yeah, the more difficult one is the one November,
So we're leaving 25 to come back?
no, he,
No, he's November, Judge.
He said October 31st and November 1st.
and then November 12th to November 15th.
Okay, so that's, are you all moving for cause on him?
I think Mr. Moreau did, and we don't object.
Yes.
Okay. 26 has pet care and a new job starting October 25th.
She was going to ask her new employer about that.
I can bring her back.
Please.
All right. 27 says he's struggling a little bit with English and has 2 grandchildren, 11 and 12.
He left him by himself, so I moved for cause.
Okay.
No objection.
What he said.
28 is the gentleman who works with COVID patients every day. He works in a hospital.
He was going to check on his employer, too. 'cause
And he's
he
going
didn't
to check
know.
with his employer to find out if he gets paid. On a practical note, I'll bring him back if you all want me to. He's that juror that might have
Judge,
COVID
I
and
move for
infect
cause.
the whole panel and cause a mistrial.
No objection.
Just saying. All right. Thank you. Juror in seat number 29. She's going to Hawaii for her 25th wedding anniversary.
No
Can't
objection.
stop that.
All right. Juror 30 says she can't pay her bills.
Move for cause.
No objection.
31, her dad, she needs to be with him in chemo in Colorado later on in the month, and then she's got October 10th to the 13th, which wouldn't affect me.
State moves.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
32 has an English language problem and hearing problem. Any objections?
No objection.
I'm
No, Your
striking only on English because the hearing was resolved by the headset. 33, no issues. 34, her son has a musical play on November 6th. Unfortunately, that does not rise to the level of cost, so I'm going to leave her on. 35 takes care of, he's a single parent, he can't pay his bills, and he's got a 78-year-old mom.
Move for
State
cause.
moves.
No objection?
No objection.
Okay. 36, she has, bless her heart, she has a tattoo appointment and an internship that starts November 23rd. I do not believe the tattoo appointment or her appointment with someone else, who I can't remember now, I think it's a party or something.
There's case law
Disney
on that,
Marathon.
too.
She's what?
Running a marathon.
She's running a marathon, that was it. I'm bringing her back. I don't think any of that rises to the level of cause. 37, can't pay his bills.
Right.
State moves.
Okay.
Cause. No objection.
38,
Same thing, Judge.
can't pay her bills.
State moves.
No objection.
39, can't pay their bills.
State moves.
No objection.
40 is actively looking for work and is asking to be, not have to serve because of that.
State moves.
No objection.
41 is a nurse and is responsible for taking care of his disabled wife, so he falls under the caretaker statute.
No objection.
No objection.
All right. 42 she's a stay-at-home with a 2-year-old. Any objections?
What?
No, Your Honor.
No striking? Okay. No objection.
All right. 43 has 2 vacations, one in November in Naples and one October 24th and 25th here. I can't remember where she's going.
State moves.
No objection.
44 is coming back. He's going to find out if he can get paid.
Right.
45, can't pay bills.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
46, no issues. 47 is taking care of her 87-year-old mom and can't pay her bills.
State moves on 47.
No objection.
48, can't pay bills.
State moves.
No objection.
49 has surgery scheduled on October 18th.
Defense moves.
No objection.
50's fine. 51, can't pay bills.
Defense moves.
No objection.
52 seemed okay and has something on October 22nd, but I don't remember what it was. He's okay with the self-employed.
He said he was going to a campground, but that was a weekend trip. And it was the weekend of the 22nd.
Right.
I think that's fine.
He's coming back, yeah. 53, he's not sure whether he gets paid. She has 3 children, and her mom is helping her and has been living with her for 5 years. So I'm going to bring her back, asking her
Yes,
to check
ma'am.
with her employer about what she gets paid. 54 is not sure whether they get paid, but says that being here would affect his funding for schooling. He's a part-time student.
We move on 54.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. 55 is fine, 56 is fine. 57 has a vacation from the 27th to the 31st.
State moves.
No objection.
58 is fine, 59 is self-employed
Right.
and being here would affect the income for his business.
Said it would be stressful.
It'd
State
be
would move.
stressful. Yeah. Any objection?
No objection.
And 60 is fine. Any additional or anybody y'all want to talk to other than what we've done? All right, let's bring them back in. We're still on green. We're still on green. We're still at 10:30 in the morning. This should finish filling up Wednesday. We might have a few extra minutes on Wednesday, but I'll use them for Mr. Lenneman's motions. All right, folks, I'm either going to be releasing you or instructing you to return on another day for individual questioning. You need to leave your paddles here. You can take the masks. Consider them our parting gift to you for today. Please, if you're staying here, pull your badge out of that plastic thing it's in. The lady right there in the front, wearing the mask and the black jacket, she's going to be putting a colored dot on your badge with the time that you're supposed to come back. She's also going to be giving you a slip of paper that tells you the date and the time again, so you know. We have letters here for your employers. The jury room closed, so they're not filled out. So if you need a letter today, you have two options. You can wait and we can fill them out here in the courtroom. It's going to take a little bit of time. Or you can go ahead and contact the jury room on Monday to have them email you a letter. All right, so that option is available to you. But I apologize, but they closed, so your letters are here in the courtroom and they're not filled out yet. All right, juror in seat number 1, you are returning on Wednesday, this coming Wednesday at 10:30. So come on up and get your green dot. The dots are they're the colors you'll hear when you call the jury line that we give you. It'll say green dots, report as instructed. We just do it so we don't have to call all your numbers out. Jurors, let me tell you, in the first row, jurors 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, you're returning Wednesday at 10:30. Juror number 7, you're excused and free to go. Juror number 8, you are excused and free to go. Enjoy your anniversary. It just makes this go faster if you've already got the badge out of that plastic. Keep your badges, folks. You're going to need them when you come back because your juror number never changes. Yeah, please do not steal my paddles. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you'd caught up to me. Jurors 9 and 10, you're returning Wednesday at 10:30. Juror 11, you're excused. Juror 12, you're returning Wednesday at 10:30. Juror 13, you're excused. And jurors 14 and 15, you're coming back Wednesday at 1:30. Teresa, 14 and 15 are 1:30. The last two, okay? While she's doing that, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21, you're excused. What number are you? 12 is 10:30. She's the last 10:30. Okay. Juror number 22, you're at 1:30 on Wednesday. 22. 1:30 Wednesday. Everyone else in that row is excused. What happened to 26? I haven't gotten to him yet. I'm on 22. Yeah. All right, juror number 26, you're returning at 1:30 on Wednesday. Jurors 23, 24, and 25, you're excused. 27, 28, 29, and 30, you're excused. Juror 26 is done. All right. Jurors 31 and 32, you're excused. Juror 33, you're returning at 1:30 on Wednesday. 34, 1:30 on Wednesday. "35, you are excused. 36, you are 1:30 on Wednesday. 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, you're excused. Juror in seat 44, you're returning at 1:30 on Wednesday. Juror in seat 45, you are excused. Juror in seat 46, you're returning at 1:30 on Wednesday. Jurors 47, 48, and 49, you are excused. Juror number 50, you are returning at 1:30 on Wednesday. Number 50 is returning at 1:30 on Wednesday. Juror 51, you're excused. Juror 52, you're returning at 3 o'clock on Wednesday. Juror 53, you're returning at 3 o'clock on Wednesday. Juror 54, you're excused. Juror 55 and 56, you're returning at 3 o'clock on Wednesday. Juror 57, you're excused. Juror 58, you are returning at 3 o'clock on Wednesday. Juror 59, you are excused. Juror 60, you are returning at 3 o'clock on Wednesday. All right, folks, that's it for today. I want everyone in the courtroom at 8:30 to start at 8:30 on Monday, so we'll hear the issue on the statement that's being read to the jury, because I will be reading that during individual voir dire. I have to read a statement of fact to these folks. So you guys need to resolve that by Monday, or we'll have a hearing and I'll issue a ruling on it. All right, I'll see everybody Monday morning, 8:30. Judge, court's in recess. Yeah.
Are you going